Is it AP Associated Press? Hold on, y'all. They just showing Law and Crime, just showing a picture, but other places it's showing different. So what I'm doing now is changing the search so I can find another one, cause Law and Crime ain't it right now. While we wait, let's see. Let's see what else we got. It's a lot of them. Showing the U.S. You probably get a strike with them. Let's try that.
She's throwing up her hands on like this to defend myself. I use justification to defend myself. Yes, from on your property to across the street. From your property to across the street.
We do got action, y'all.
So, yeah, no problem.
All of freezing. They got something going on that station. And it's like you got to go out and come back in. She told me Law and Crime Network. Okay, they back. I don't think they don't have. They don't have. Okay, on here it says on something that I'm reading from someone that's there. They saying that the The prosecution is seeking at least 11 years in prison from the judge Aaron. I can't pronounce the last name. But the defense is asking for at least 14 months. So that's inside information from a dear friend. So we wait. Okay. So there you guys have some inside information. And the trial should be starting soon. I do not own the rights to this video. Credit and right goes to Law and Crime. If you get 14 months, he won't be in there a whole year. This is weird. Okay,
Welcome everybody to Law and Crime's live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you so much for joining us. So now we are going to provide you updates in real time as the sentencing gets underway for Combs. We'll officially learn his fate after being convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution during his federal trial over the summer. We are going to be doing analysis in real time. We are going to be taking your questions in real time. So submit them here on YouTube, and I will tell you why today is so different. It's not just because we're talking Sean Diddy Combs, the once renowned rap mogul, is going to be sentenced for federal sex crimes. That in and of itself is an unprecedented headline. It is the unknown of today. What do I mean by that? We have no idea what the actual sentence will be. There is no pro forma mandatory sentence here. The defense is asking for no more than 14 months in prison. He's already served 13 months in the Metropolitan Detention Center. So if the judge sides with them, he's going to be out in no time.
Amen.
If that's the case. The prosecution is asking for 11 years. The probation department, which prepared a report in anticipation of this sentence, they are recommending 7 years, 3 months. So there is a range here. And this is all up to the judge, Judge Arun Subramanian. It is his discretion following the guidelines. There is a lot of room here. By the way, we also don't know how long this whole hearing will last. There is a talk that it might last 4 hours or 5 hours. We're not entirely sure. We believe that Sean Combs will make a statement. We believe his attorneys will make a series of statements. Prosecutors will make statements. We believe that they may even read letters into the record. We believe victim Mia, who testified at trial, will make a statement. This was allowed by the judge over the objection of the defense. And just to highlight another point, this all comes after numerous people, family, inmates, those who testified at trial, victims, Combs himself, wrote letters to the judge to try to persuade him one way or another about what this sentence should be. By the way, the defense is even trying to get in a video compilation, a montage of Sean Combs. Actually, we're going to play you bits of that in the background as we talk. It seems to be very consistent with what Sean Combs said in his letter, which we'll read as well. The idea being that he has done good in this world. Think about his family, that he could be more of a benefit to society on the outside than on the inside. But then you couple that with all of the letters from the people who were affected by Sean Combs and his crimes, talking about that he should not get any kind of leniency. So there is a lot of unpredictability here, a lot at stake. We're going to cover it all. I'm not going to do it by myself. So we have Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom as this hearing goes forward. She'll be on with us later on. We're actually going to do a special episode of Sidebar. We'll talk about everything that happened in that courtroom. But we also have with us Sierra Gillespie, who is on the ground outside of that federal courthouse. And we also have with us trial attorney Aaliyah Roberts and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. Thank you so much. This is part one of what could be my all-day panel. This could be an all-day event. I'm going to start with Sierra Gillespie, who is outside. Sierra, thank you so much for coming here, for reporting about what's been happening. Let's first talk about the scene. What is the scene like outside that courthouse, and have you noticed anybody of note about who has come there? I saw reports that the Punisher, who is one of these sex workers that had testified at this trial, has appeared outside that courthouse. Who have you seen? What is the scene like?
Good morning, Jesse. The scene here today is shockingly calm, especially when we're talking about the fate of Sean P. Diddy Combs. I mean, is he going to walk free today? Is he going to be behind bars for more than a decade? Who's to say at this point? And so I guess I am kind of shocked that it's not as rowdy. I mean, last time I talked to you, the day the verdict came down, there was baby oil, there was lube, all outside of this courthouse behind me here in the Southern District of Manhattan. So far today, I haven't seen anything like that, but I have seen a pretty big crowd. We've heard a little bit of cheering, but overall, it's been pretty quiet. Now, we do know that Diddy's mother, Janice Combs, has walked in. We know that the family usually comes in, pretty big Sprinter van. We like to capture that and see them walking in because we do know his family has been very supportive throughout all of this. There are reports, as you said, that the Punisher, who I believe we've actually talked to, you talked to on Sidebar and then here on our previous live streams, was outside here today too. I'm not sure who else we're going to see, but I mean, we've got our eyes and ears right here at the courthouse to see what's going to happen.
So we're already getting questions in from Carter. Jesse's got his suit on. It's official. It is official. You didn't even need my suit on to let you know that this is official. But yes, I do have the suit on. Question from Picture This and That LLC. Did you really incorporate that? Picture This and That LLC. It's a good name. All right. Where's Elizabeth? Elizabeth is inside that courthouse like she has been throughout the course of this entire trial. Queen Elizabeth. She will be out later to talk to us about what she's seeing, what she's hearing. This is a very pivotal day. Before we go to more questions, Sierra, I was right about the guidelines, right? Like, talk to us about what we should be anticipating in terms of a range of a sentence here.
I think this is really interesting, Jesse, because if we go for the maximum here, it could be 20 years, right? Because we have 2 convictions. That's a max of 10 years per conviction, so 20 total. However, I don't think that's really what we're going to end up seeing. The prosecution is asking for around 11 years, a little bit more than that. And then, of course, the defense says we want 14 months, which, if you do the math, shockingly, Diddy has still been behind bars since his arrest in September of 2024. So we're at about 13 months right now. That would add an additional month so almost time served. And the guidelines are, showing that up to 20 years. The recommendation seems to be between 5 to 7. So we have a huge range here of what it could be. I mean, anything's on the table really today, but again, it's up to Judge Arun Subramanian what's really going to happen. So that's why we got to pay such close attention to everything that comes out today.
And every detail. So we are getting reporting that Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, Brian Steele, they're talking next to the lectern in that courtroom. Alexandra Shapiro is standing with Nicole Westmoreland, another one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. The prosecutors are seated at the front table. Maureen Comey, who was the lead prosecutor in this case, as we know, she has left the prosecutor's office. She is not there. Obviously, she's not part of this prosecution anymore. We have this question coming in, Sierra, from Clarissa Schmidt. How long will the sentencing actually take? It's got to be quick, right? Not necessarily. Based on what I said, I mean, this could take hours.
Oh yeah, I think it could take hours. We have to go through, both sides are going to want to present. We know that P. Diddy himself is likely going to speak. We don't know how long it's going to take, or as far as any of the victim impact statements. It could take hours. I mean, I have heard rumblings that it could be 3 to 5 hours. However, there were some rumors. I was talking to Elizabeth Milner this morning before she went to the courthouse, that some rumors say this could even trickle into Monday. Now, I think that might be kind of unprecedented. That's a rumor, nothing concrete at all. But we could be here literally all day. And we have that prepared. We are going to be here until we have, the sentence handed down.
So, by the way, we put up a poll. We're going to put up polls as well. Did you guys miss our live stream coverage? Big time, 61% say big time, they missed it. 21% say sorta. And then I'm here for Elizabeth. 18%. That's amazing. So, Sierra, we're gonna just stand by. We have more updates that are coming in. I want to bring on Aaliyah and Joe on this. So, Aaliyah, it's great to have you both here. Aaliyah, we have this question that just came in from Beauty Slay. Can they try him again for the counts that are not guilty? So, right, racketeering and 2 counts of sex trafficking. Can they try him on the counts that are not guilty, or does double jeopardy prevent it from happening? Aaliyah, I'll start with you.
No, hi, Jesse. Good morning. Thank you for having me. And no, he cannot be tried again. He was tried, he was convicted, therefore his conviction stands. He cannot be tried for the same crimes again.
Okay, Joe, I got to ask you about this letter from Sean Combs. And by the way, as I read parts of this, if you want, you can put up this potential montage video that will be, again, potentially played in court, because it kind of echoes very similar to the themes in his letter to the judge, where he basically said, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Again, this is the Judge Subramanian. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely I am for all the hurt and pain that I've caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. He goes on to say that I'm sorry can only be so much, talks about what he went through over the past 13 months. And then he really gets into putting the blame on himself. I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I've been humbled and broken to my core. He talks about how difficult the circumstances of his incarceration at the NDC are. Says it's not to evoke sympathy, but what he really tries to focus in on the work that he's been doing behind bars. And there's a part of this letter, Joe, where he's talking, it seems, about the benefit he could be to society on the outside as opposed to inside. He says, I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I know that God put me here to transform me. Since incarceration, I've gone through a spiritual reset. I'm on a journey that will take time and hard work. I'm proud to say I'm working harder than I have ever before. He goes on to say, today I humbly ask you for another chance. This could be what he says in open court today, and we believe he's actually going to be allowed to wear civilian clothes as he does this. By the way, this is images of when he did the marathon back in the day. I have 2 questions for you, Joe. A, how much of an impact will Sean Combs' statements, this letter, have on the judge? And B, if this letter and if this video is allowed in, I have to wonder, is the judge going to look at all that and say, yeah, all the good that you did, all this time with your family was at the same time you were committing crimes? And I'm curious, again, the overall impact of the letter and the video.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he's going to fall on the sword. That's what he's going to do. I think the letter, to my mind, has a better chance of making an impact because there's no presentation. And you have to figure out whether or not you really want to believe it. But it's not going to be a shiny video. He was great at making videos. He was great at presenting. He's always been good at that. And to your point, while he was doing all the good in the past that he was doing, he was beating the heck out of these women and doing some things that really he doesn't want to remind the judge of, right? So I think he's got to be careful about the whole video thing because there's no jury here today. I always thought that the jury could help him because they wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and that he's the guy that they've seen all of these years, over the years. But the judge is not that guy. And so he has to, it's a very slippery slope to keep from coming off as too shiny and too, fill in the blank in light of everything he actually has done and in light of everything that he was doing while he was doing all this good. He's got to focus more on the good he can do in the future, not even the good that he did in the past. Because while he was doing good in the past, these women were
on my computer.
So we'll see how much of an impact it actually has. My sense is the
trying to put up a poll.
If he says something to the judge, has a better chance of making an impact, piercing through, and hopefully coming off as sincere. The film, the slideshow, whatever it is a presentation. Whether it's heartfelt or not, there's still this veil of presentation that he's got to get around, and we all know he can present. He's always been able to do that. So in and of itself, that's not going to carry today.
Aaliyah, we have this question from Sydney Sexton. Been watching since day one of the trial. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you so much for saying that. A question: what are your predictions on the length of sentencing? Aaliyah, obviously, I'll give you the floor to answer that. But I guess the other question is, and I focus on something I mentioned before. The reason this sentencing is so significant is because of the unknown. This is not a murder case where the judge listens to victim impact statements and already has to go and
Sure
say
isn't.
it's going to be life without the possibility of parole. This is a case where I do wonder how much is the judge going to be persuaded by all of the letters, all of the statements. You know, do you think he's already made up his mind, and what do you think that sentence could be?
It's a great question, Jesse. I think that I'm thinking somewhere in the range of 5 to 7 years.
Yeah.
The reason I think that is because I feel like that, for lack of a better term, it splits the baby, right? So the prosecution wants 11 years, the defense wants 14 months. So 5 to 7 years will definitely split the baby, for lack of a better term, in that it shows that it's not simply you did your time and you're done.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. You know, Joe, we got again, very similar to what I just asked, this question from Monica Price. Has the judge already decided, or can he literally decide in court? Your opinion about that? Some people have looked at what Judge Subramanian has done in the past, denying him bail, denying him the motion to throw out the convictions. They say, oh, that means he's really going to go heavy. Maybe he'll go 11 years. Who knows? You persuaded by that? What's your prediction?
Well, I'm sure the judge has some thoughts, right? Because it's his job to have some thoughts, but he's supposed to be moved by what happens today, right? So he's actually supposed to have an open mind in terms of where things go. He doesn't seem like a, quote, soft judge. He didn't let him stay on the street, didn't bail him out despite 3 or 4 requests. So it's going to be interesting to see where he lands. And I think an important question, a related question, what we're asking is, how far is he going to deviate from the guidelines? Because what Ali is talking about is really something that's close to what the guidelines would be, right? You know, so what is it about P. Diddy that perhaps makes him veer much below the guidelines or veer much above the guidelines, right? And so the question is, how far away is he going to go from that? I think that because it's a circus potentially, because there will be presentations today and a longer presentation and such a potential divergence in what he could really receive, the judge really would have to have an open mind going in today because he really doesn't know what he's going to see, and it's a little bit unusual. So my sense is he hasn't decided yet, hopefully, right? And hopefully he considers, and in his rendering, he talks about what he considered, including and particularly what he saw today.
Sierra, so first of all, we're getting an update from court. Want to let everybody know we're going to have updates from court. We're going to read them to you in real time. There's no cameras allowed, but we'll let you know what's happening. Sean Combs has been brought in. He's wearing a white shirt, so he's not wearing his MDC clothes. He puts his papers under the table. He's been leaning back. He blows a kiss to the gallery, his mother. Brian Steele is standing next to him, whispering in his ear. So we're about to start this sentencing hearing right now. Sierra, there have been a flurry of letters. There has been a flurry of communication to the court in anticipation of this sentencing. What are some of the notable letters that the judge has received in anticipation of this?
He's received multiple different letters in all of this, and I guess it makes sense, right? Because both sides want a win here. We didn't see a complete sweep in terms of the conviction. We heard all of the drama there. Overall, a win for Diddy. So the prosecution wants as much time as they can get, right? So they're going to bring forth letters talking about that. But counter, the defense on the same side of things, they want as little time as they can get for P. Diddy. So of course we've noticed that Diddy himself has prepared a statement, that he likely will read it if that is allowed. Then of course we have the information about other victim impact statements, talking about Cassie, Mia. There's been some back and forth here that the defense says we don't want Mia to speak. This has nothing to do with her. His conviction has nothing to do with Mia. Why are we even bringing that up? So that's one of the other additional letters. Then there's also information from Gina, if we're going back to the trial and talking about this. This is victim number 3, who, if you guys remember, go back in your memory bank. Initially, victim 3 was going to be Gina, going to testify for the government. Then in the final hour, the government said, we don't know where she's at. Like we don't have her. So suddenly there were only 3 victims rather than the 4. And since all of this has come out, Gina has said, I felt that I was, pressured by the prosecution to come forward and say that I was a victim when I wasn't really. So the defense now has this in their back pocket, a letter of support for P. Diddy. So we've got multiple letters, support against some of the victims, the allegations, all of it is kind of culminating today with sentencing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And Aaliyah, it was kind of shocking, right? Gina comes out, so I was pressured by the prosecution, but I wonder if the judge will look at that. And by the way, this is not me saying which way the judge should go, I'm just wondering, kind of surmising what the judge may say. Could the judge look at Gina's letter and say, she really wasn't part of the case that the jurors found him guilty of? Like, what Gina says doesn't affect the fact that he was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. I'm looking at those crimes that he was convicted of. Or could the judge say, it does tell me a little bit of something?
I think it could go both ways, honestly. It really just depends on the judge.
Okay,
I think
y'all.
that the fact that this is a defense keeps saying that, the prosecution...
He's saying I will never commit a crime again.
Being a victim, and potentially writing a letter in support. I mean, to the extent that the judge considers her letter, right, it would be to give the same weight as other people who are in support of Diddy, right? I mean, Young Miami's name was mentioned many times throughout this trial, or at least in the coming up to the trial, and she wrote a letter in support as well, right? So I imagine the judge would give the same amount of weight as he gives her letter.
Okay, so we have an update from court. All rise. This has begun.
Okay, here we go, y'all.
U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge Subramanian says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? Prosecutor Slavic says, yes, I am handling it up. Judge, first I'll go over that. I have received and the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties. So we're getting underway right now. We have a poll up. Do you think Diddy will walk out a free man today? 58% say no. 23% say yes. 19% say hard to say. So Joe, Fabiola Delgado Lebron says, Joe, I took your advice on the glasses. Mine haven't been clearer. There you go. There we go. Glasses became a big part of our conversation.
It's great.
Anyway.
The darndest thing.
Yeah, okay. Do you feel there is a possibility that Diddy will be able to walk away today due to time served? I mean, I don't think it's going to be, even if he gets time served, like he just walks out of the courtroom like it's law and order. He actually has to be processed, right?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he wouldn't walk out that very moment. But the question would be, could he get a time-served situation where technically all he would have to do is process to come out?
Oh my
And
goodness.
although it's possible, I don't think it's probable. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he's going to get out today. I think he's going to get some amount of time, more than what the defense is asking for. Clearly, the defense, of course, is going to ask low. Prosecution is going to ask high. The judge is going to wind up somewhere between the two. There's a question as to which one he'll wind up closer to, right? Could he wind up in that 4 to 6, 5 to 7 range? That would be the sentencing guideline. Or is this a situation where, because of how unusual it is, because of the magnitude of who Sean P. Diddy Combs is, he winds up lower or higher? I mean, those things can cut both ways. But even if he were to get free, as it were, he would still have to process out. So he wouldn't walk out at that very moment, with Diddy music playing in the background. I mean, it'll completely undermine, by the way, this whole idea of being somber, of being sorry, of being regretted, things like that. I think he'd have to be concerned about that as well. Even if he does get out, he would need to be somber and need to be humble, because otherwise he becomes this person that he was before, and this becomes a thing that makes everybody go, to the people particularly that fear for their safety, et cetera, that were sympathetic to Cassie and others, here we go again.
That's a good point. We have an update from court. Judge says, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video, which we're showing you right now, and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others, in this case. I appreciate them. Now, Aaliyah, I don't know what to take away from when he says, I appreciate them. Does it signify that he's thinking about them? Does it signify that he's going to use it in his calculus, his determination, his analysis, or he just says, "Hey, listen, I
You
appreciate
would
that."
think this man got daughters.
I think the judge is very particular in the words that he used. I think by
This
saying I
was
appreciate
crazy.
them, he's acknowledging that he's received them, that he's reviewed them, and that he is going to take those letters into consideration. I think I appreciate is a better word than I reviewed, acknowledge, and understand. It's a very short way of saying, hey, I got them. Hey, I'm looking into them. Hey, I'm gonna consider them when making my decision. But I'm not gonna say I'm considering them while making my decision.
We have an update for you, okay? Sierra, I'm going to throw this to you. So, Sean Combs' defense attorney says we're going to submit a course evaluation from NBC where he's been housed. Prosecutor Slavic says we don't have a copy. Judge says please give her one. Put that to the side. Prosecutor Slavic just announced Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. Sierra, that is a big update, that Mia apparently will no longer make a statement in court, because we know the defense was trying to object to her testimony, object to her statement. The prosecution did accuse them of bullying her and, characterizing her in a certain way. We can talk back and forth about her testimony during the course of this trial, whether or not it helped or hurt the prosecution. But the fact that she is apparently no longer going to make a statement in court, apparently because of what the defense said in their letter, your reaction to that?
I mean, this isn't the first time that we've heard this sort of argument from the prosecution, right? If we go back to the trial, they were saying how important it was for these women, these survivors, to come forward, not just for this case, but for any sort of case across the entire country when we're talking about sexual assault allegations. And essentially what they said is they have seen bullying, they have seen coercion, they have seen threats, all from Diddy and his team. And again, these were allegations. But basically, the prosecutors say, from the start, you guys have been bullying all of these survivors into not coming forward. That's what happened with Gina. Now, of course, we do know what Gina says now. She says that it was prosecutors, actually, conversely, who were the ones who were kind of making her feel as though she was a victim. But here, this allegation that Mia has been bullied by the defense, I guess we should pay attention to it and put some sort of weight into it, because if Mia truly does feel that her safety is at risk here, that's very important to consider, because she does have the right to be able to speak, and it's very important that she would be heard. But I'm very interested to see what the defense has to say about all of this, because I assume they're going to say, hey, there was no bullying here. We did none of that. We were well within our rights. So I think that's important too.
Yeah, remember, Mia testified that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs multiple times. In her letter to the judge, she said that the sentence should reflect the years of coercion, financial abuse, humiliation, physical and sexual violence, and the profound trauma that he has inflicted as a result. It doesn't take away that that letter was submitted. So the judge could still consider the letter. It's just the fact that she's not going to appear in court, I think, is also quite significant. And we have an update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says, we think the defense's letter violated Your Honor's rules, again, regarding how they fought back against Mia. Judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, says the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. So it appears we're going to hear multiple people during the course of this hearing. Very interesting. So, Stilo Suave, have any of the letters in Combs' trial been made public yet? Yes, you can see all of them. They're all out there. I was reading one from Sean Combs as well. Aaliyah, question from Words 789.
Welcome to the live. Excuse me. Welcome to the live, everyone. Thank you for your view.
It's really just about presentation. You want the judge to consider this individual,
thank you for watching with me,
in this case, as a person and not as a criminal, right? Even though he has been convicted,
I'm in the
even
background,
the sentencing is still being considered. You don't
updating
want
the
to be sentencing someone in jail clothes. It kind of it taints the image that the defense is trying to put forth, that even though I was convicted, even though I did do these wrongs, I'm still a father, I'm still, a person of the community that wants to support the community, and I want to be looked at and considered as such.
This man had kids.
Going back to questions as we wait for more updates. So just submit your questions on YouTube. We'll make sure to answer them here on air. Okay, this is from Dungaroo TV. It's a good question. Joe, are there any precedents that could give us an idea of how long Combs' sentencing will be? I mean, that was battled back and forth by the prosecution and the defense in their memos, their sentencing recommendations, looking at past cases. I think it is interesting and notable to talk about the fact that he was only convicted of these crimes as opposed to these crimes in connection to an overarching racketeering conspiracy case or a sex trafficking case. There was the question about whether or not he would even be brought up on those charges, the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, what he was convicted of, if those were the only charges, if they weren't connected. But he was acquitted of the most serious charges. So when we're talking about precedent here, purely on these prostitution charges, is there precedent on what the range could or could not be?
Yeah, there's precedent on the charges themselves, but there's not precedent on this particular individual, who he is, how this happened. They made a very interesting argument. It was unsuccessful about saying, hey, he was just a guy that just liked to watch things happen. He should never have been convicted on even the things that he was convicted on. So if it was just about the precedent, someone is convicted for this crime, if that was the case, the sentencing guidelines are 4 to 6, 5 to 7, right in there, and the parties wouldn't be deviating from them too much, right? But that's what's so amazing about this. What's being asked for is so divergent. I think it suggests that either there's no precedent at all, or there's distinguishing elements that say you should deviate very high or very low from what the charges themselves would normally warrant under this circumstance. So there is precedent, but there isn't. I hate to talk out of two sides of my mouth here because I feel like I am, but Diddy changes everything. He makes things look different potentially, and he makes for an argument. He can say all these things that I can do in the community. The other side, the prosecutor can say all the damage he'd done because of all of the things that were brought before the court, even though he wasn't convicted of those things. There's been a whole lot of discussion from me and Gina about people, acquitted conduct being considered and all of these other things. So he really changes the calculus on what would normally be a precedent based on the actual crimes themselves. That's a clear question. The more complicated question is, how does Diddy change the potential precedent or get rid of it altogether?
Some updates in courts. They're going back and forth about who will be allowed to speak, in the sense that the judge says, look, I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia, so what about who the defense wants to call in? It seems like the judge is going to allow the children and Dr. Johnson, this Reverend Doctor, to speak as well. He's going to be thinking about the others. Okay, got a super chat question. Thank you so much. Super chat question from Free. I'll go to you, Aaliyah. This is from Free. Does Diddy get to go last with the video and the letter? So will he make the last statement and provide his letter or his statement as well as this video that we've been playing in the background?
As we've been speaking before, I'm not sure that the video actually comes in as far as the sentencing is concerned. I think the judge saying that he received it and reviewed it is probably as much as we're going to receive regarding the video in the sentencing hearing today. I also think that it depends on the judge and his preference and what he wants to hear. Is it normal or customary for the defendant to have his statement last? Sometimes, but the judge might want to hear from the victims last. It really just depends on how this judge wants to run his courtroom.
By the way, this is such an interesting update that we just got in. The judge is talking about what he can and cannot consider. This became a big topic post-verdict and going into sentencing. As to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered, meaning regarding all the conduct that supported the racketeering conspiracy case and the sex trafficking charges. There is no guidance from any court on this, the judge says. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. That's a good question here, right, Joe? What can the judge consider here? Can the judge consider the beating of Cassie Ventura in that 2016 tape? Did it really support the jury's findings with respect to transportation to engage in prostitution? You asked me, it seemed that it was more about, was that sex trafficking? The transportation to engage in prostitution felt, was Sean Combs transporting sex workers and these victims for the purposes of sex work? If there was a money trail, voice notes, text messages, you could prove that case without even the 2016 video. But should it be considered for purposes of sentencing?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really, really interesting here because I believe there's overlap between the crimes that they were trying to convict him of. So even though you're not supposed to have acquitted conduct considered, if you're considering me a statement, if you're considering certain things that really went towards the other crimes for which he was acquitted, how is it not arguably acquitted conduct? It's things that would go to both transportation as well as the criminal conspiracy, which he was ultimately acquitted of. How is it not crossing the line and being in that gray area there? So he's not supposed to consider acquitted conduct, but I think that there's such potential for overlap here. The judge is going to have to be really careful about what he actually does consider, what comes in, etc., in that regard. And I think that there's argument back and forth. I mean, that's why there was objections about certain people's information and letters coming in, because there's a question as to whether or not this is about the acquitted conduct for which he was not convicted. And so it's an open question. Certain things aren't supposed to get in, but there's so much crossover and overlap. I think there's gray area, and I think it can be muddy.
Sierra, we got a question from Dungaroo TV. What do you think the repercussions will be for Sean Combs after all of this plays over? I guess the question would be, putting aside the sentence, let's say he's released, let's say he gets 14 months and he's released, let's say he gets 2 years, he's released, he comes out. What are the repercussions for him? Because he could still lead a life, he still has a career, he still has businesses, he's got over 60 lawsuits he's got to contend with. But what are the repercussions in your mind after covering Sean Combs for such a long time?
I think that this is such a good question, right? It's really why all of us are interested in the case in the first place, because to see the downfall of someone like P. Diddy, who prior to his arrest was literally receiving the key to New York City, where we are right now, and now he's behind me in federal court. I mean, it's a major fall from grace. And that begs the question, what's going to happen? I mean, he's already been in jail for more than a year at this point. Whatever happens with sentencing will happen. He'll serve his time, he'll get released, whatever. But I think the big question here is what's next for his career. I mean, we know that P. Diddy is undoubtedly very charming. He, charms the masses with his huge music career. On top of that, we're talking about some of the brands that he had in regards to alcohol. Then there was his clothing line. And since all of these allegations came forward and some of these civil lawsuits, he has seen a bit of issues as far as the business side of things. So I guess that's really the question. Will he be canceled from all of this? Will his career be completely gone? Honestly, I don't think so, because just being down here at the courthouse, there are still supporters for Diddy. There are still people who say, yeah, Diddy is a father figure to me. Diddy is a mentor to me. All of these things. So I think some people will make up their minds and say, I'm done listening to it. I don't want to hear anything he puts out. I'm never going to buy another Sean John item ever again. But then some people who are the diehard fans will help continue to perpetuate the future of his career. I think it's kind of a wait-and-see situation.
That's a good point. So again, the judge is considering whether or not acquitted conduct could be considered for purposes of sentencing. Judge said acquitted conduct can be considered. He cites a Second Circuit case and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under a specific legal statute. Now, the U.S.'s objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. We'll learn a little bit more about this. Aaliyah, how does he tackle all of the civil lawsuits that he's facing?
Well, he has a reverend in the courtroom. Maybe you should pray about it, because that's probably the only way he's gonna get away with all these civil lawsuits. As we know, in civil court, the burden is significantly less than in criminal court. In criminal court, you have to prove that the prosecutor has to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil court, that is not the same. That is not the same. It's a significantly lower standard. And I think the evidence that has been proffered and has been presented in criminal court will undoubtedly be the foundation and the support for these civil lawsuits going forward. I think that he should call his reverend and call his accountant, and that's all I've got for that, because he's going to be fighting these for a very long time.
Look, he's trying to battle it each case at a time, or several cases at a time, basically. Motions to dismiss, or saying, how can we fight against people suing him anonymously? If you can convince a court that they shouldn't proceed anonymously under a pseudonym, those people may decide, hey, you know what, I don't want to make myself public, I don't want to go further with the case, that may end it. So it's a tricky battle, and it's a lot of cases. Question, Joe, from Dropping the T, what's everyone's thoughts on what he may get? So I haven't even given my perspective here, but I'll just tell you, Joe, I'm curious your thoughts. I don't think he's getting 20 years. Okay, I don't think the judge is going to go well past. But I also have to say, something that really needs to be considered here is the fact that he did this multiple times.
Yes, he
I
did.
think that's a key point. That it wasn't a one-off. It was a pattern of doing this with sex workers, payment. It became a system. And I think whether the judge considers the use of violence or considers the use of drugs, it's how many times he
How
did
can I
that,
do that?
which makes it aggravating, and why we may see something closer to maybe 5 to maybe even 7 to 10 years. I mean, is that totally outside the realm of possibility, Joe?
I don't think it's out of the realm of
Saying the
possibility at
picture
all.
too
Diddy was a tyrant, man. You know, he did some things he shouldn't have done. He done them over and over again. I said to you 1,000,000 times, I'm still trying to figure out how he didn't get convicted 20 years ago with the Shine situation. And you know, back then, he goes through what he goes through. He does a religious album, and you know,
That man sound like the man to be on Truth Hurts channel.
We've seen. I already know what all of this is like. So there's a possibility that the judge is a little less sympathetic because of what happened and how habitually it happened. And we all kind of know the fact that he had the resources between that and the prosecution really overshooting this thing is really how he kind of escaped. Regular you or me probably wouldn't have gotten off of these things. Okay, and so you know, literally, the judge can see there is a path. I can see a path where the judge can be pretty hard on him because not only was he convicted of 2 crimes instead of 1, but there was, to your point, this redundant, repetitive thing. He acted lawlessly. And does he really learn his lesson if he walks out before Christmas this year? This becomes this soap opera telenovela story with this happy ending. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Cassie and everybody else are scared to death. Their lives are ruined, destroyed. They've had to completely rebuild. There's something that might be unfair about that in the eyes of the judge, and so therefore he could deviate up from the guidelines. We'll see what happens, but I certainly see a path.
There is some more updates from the court. The judge says there's little precedent on what type of threat is required. The bodily harm makes the most sense. Concrete harms. To force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex acts, does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight from Cannes. Judge says, did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs, but in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross-references. Since I can't consider it, it does impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as illegal. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government should have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. It's a lot of back and forth about what the judge considered here regarding the sentencing. I think the legal pads were with respect to what was found, I think, in his jail cell. But it does go to a larger question here. Sierra, as someone who covered this case and covered this trial, there are those who will say this is a victimless crime. Transporting sex workers for sex work? Well, who was harmed as a result of this? I think the judge is kind of talking about that in a way.
I mean, this is really tricky, right? Because all the things we've been talking about so far on the live stream, the allegations that we had as far as, racketeering conspiracy, all of that was...
This trial may be all day, you guys.
But we still have all of that kind of in the back of our minds with the testimony from some of those victims. When we're talking about Cassie, Mia, Jane, I don't want to come out and say that this is a completely victimless crime. However, I do feel like that's what the defense is saying in all of this. He's done his time. Let's give him 14 months, so he only has about a month left here at this point. I mean, that's their argument here. But then when you take a look at all of the victim impact statements, we heard the drama today about Mia, but of course we have Cassie Ventura. When you take a look at those things, I mean, it's really hard to ignore that it does seem that there were
I'm
victims
trying
in
to
this case. I
change
mean,
this
that is
picture.
what they were even called as far as,
They
the
keep telling me my
transcripts,
picture is
victim
too
one,
big.
victim two, victim four, all of those things. And so it's very muddy, and I think that's why we have this sentencing hearing today, so that we can hear from both sides, because that's really what it's all about, right? Hearing from both sides about their arguments here. We ultimately do have a conviction here. There has to be some sort of sentence. I don't know that I can say it was victimless. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, it's interesting. We just got this
They
update
keep
from the
telling
court.
me
The
this
judge says
picture's too
the
big.
government objects to the probation department
Oh,
not
yes.
considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What made Combs' coercion effective was
I can't
their
do it on
condition.
there.
Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs' objections. Okay, Aaliyah, that's interesting, right? So first of all, as I mentioned before, the probation department recommended 7 years. It seems, if I'm reading this correctly, I like to think that I am, if I'm reading this correctly, it seems the judge is characterizing the victims in this case in a certain way. And that could be a sign of where the judge may be going with this sentence.
I think so as well. I think just from the court of public opinion, a lot of people deemed Cassie to not be a victim because she received a check, right? That was a lot of the testimony. That was a lot of the cross, rather, when we were in the trial. Oh, Cassie's fine. Cassie received $20 million. This other individual, Jane Doe, she's fine. She's receiving benefits of travel and lavish and luxury. So
They
in that
telling me my
sense,
picture
it kind of feels like the judge is like, well, yeah, they're victims,
is
but
too big.
kind of, but not really. But if he keeps the same idea in mind, I'm expecting to get a sentence even less than 5 years. It kind of seems that the judge is like, well, yes, there's a conviction, and yes, there was sex work that was prostitution and transporting across state
Let me
lines.
see if I can make
But
this picture a little.
these victims were kind of coerced, but kind of not.
By the way, I mean, I got to tell you, sometimes this happened during our live streams. The court
It sure
almost
is. They say
answers
to
the
make
questions
some
we're getting
15 by.
involved in.
I keep
kind of
telling
shocking,
them
at
to
least with
make
Joe.
this.
Update from court, the judge says, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. And by the way, when anybody thinks about it, it's still a crime. It's still a crime, and it's a crime that he was convicted of. And it's one of the reasons why, it seems, the judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the conviction. So the fact that he's like, no, they are considered victims. They are victims under the law. Does it tell you anything, Joe?
Well, it's a difficult thing because on the one hand, Diddy's got this apologetic letter and he wants to be able to make a presentation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, his attorneys are doing what they have to do, saying that Cassie's not a victim. Like, get your head wrapped around that. Like, here's Diddy, I'm sorry, but they're not victims. There's an argument that that's not a good look. And if I was his attorney, I'd be doing the same thing, et cetera, because that's what they're doing. But technically speaking, the best way, he's taking responsibility. A week after getting a decision that says that, no, these are crimes that you should have been convicted of, and there was plenty of evidence here when he said that there shouldn't have been. So he's got to talk out of two sides of his mouth, and he's constantly doing it even now. But it does suggest that the judge is not necessarily going to be easy on him, or at the very least, the judge is saying, yes, these are victims. For our purposes, this is not a victimless crime.
Sierra, before we take a quick break, for anybody who doesn't know, you're outside the courthouse. Any movement, any activity? What are you seeing out there? What's the scene like? Because again, all eyes right now are on that federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, Jesse, it's interesting. Since the beginning of our live stream just about an hour ago, I said things seemed pretty calm out here. I mean, there's a crowd, there's reporters up and down the street, but I was basically saying it's pretty calm. It's interesting that as we've been talking over the past hour with Aaliyah and Joe, all of a sudden I'm starting to hear cheering behind me. I'm starting to see more and more people. I feel like every time I turn around, the crowd behind me outside of the courthouse has grown bigger exponentially. So the crowd is getting bigger, as the day goes on. And I think as we're talking about everything that's going on at inside the courthouse, everybody wants to know, okay, well, what's going to happen? What's everyone saying? When's the sentencing coming down? And so you can kind of feel it in the air. People are cheering. People are excited. We want to know what's going to happen.
Yep, that is exactly what we want to know what happened. So before I send you guys off, Aaliyah, I'll start with you. What do you think we're getting for a sentence?
I'm still standing at my 5 to 7. I think that unless we consider the sexual assault guidelines and those guidelines, if those are any type of enhancements that might be considered, I think 5 to 7 sounds about right. We're splitting the baby. We're not letting him get off easy. We're going to give him time served, but he is going to go to jail and serve more than 14 months.
So as the judge is looking over this pre-sentencing report that was prepared in anticipation of the sentencing, Joe, I go to you. What do you think?
I know that
I think
one.
he's going to get to something similar, but I think he's going to lean toward a higher side of that. So I think he's going to get six or more. I'm pretty certain he's not going home today. I'm pretty certain he's not going home in the next couple of years. But at the same time, I think this judge will acknowledge precedent on some level, and so he won't deviate too far from the sentencing guidelines. But I think he'll land on the higher end of it. So maybe 6 years, maybe 7 years, 6+.
Aaliyah Roberts, Joe Richardson, thank you both so much for coming on. Sierra Gillespie is going to stay with me. We're going to bring on Alexis Rosenberg. We're going to bring on Tyler Bailey. We are live right now with full coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing, and we will bring it to you here in real time. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay, we're going to a break. On the break, there's no they went to a little brief, they call this a commercial. Um I was finna read that. Let me bring this up so y'all can maybe see what this thing in the red is, and then I'll bring it back. They got these little things they show right there. Where you can pretty much see what's going on in the courtroom. And then I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back once they come from the commercial. Still on commercial. I do know that the weather, it's a little chilly this morning. It make me want to turn my fireplace on for a minute. Let me get this air up. We still waiting, y'all. They on a break, so I'm just showing the live now what the judge has said and different things. Plus, I have someone that's sharing personal information to me. I need a candle. I don't have any candles. I need to go to. And I'm still putting up stuff. I'm gonna see if somebody needs that first aid kit. Oh, I said I was gonna put that in my car. And these are some papers I gotta mail off today. Once I get through with this, I think I'm gonna end. I'm waiting for them to announce his sentencing. And then I'm gonna head up. But let me get through with my, I can knock this pillow down. I can get through with this one now. Ooh, mercy meal. Thank you everyone for joining the live. I appreciate it. Appreciate the likes, the views. I always tell people I appreciate it. Now I'm just trying to get my bed finished before that come back on. It's a lot of traffic going through today. Anyway, let me go finish. I gotta put up a video. Oh shit, let's turn the wrong way. Okay. Let's
But 2024 on other issues, that is not possible. Under Second Circuit's one-book rule, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. That is denied. I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs replies in court, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, this is Sean Combs' defense attorney, one of them. Did you review it? Combs' attorney, Kenny Garagos, goes, I did. Judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Judge says, all remaining objections are overruled. Combs' attorney, Kenny Garagos, says, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. Judge says, we can address that. Combs' attorney, Alexander Shapiro, says, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. The judge says, well, 380 pages. Shapiro says, we raised due process. The fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sonia Sotomayor, we believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court. This is some legalese. Then there's a question about what they want to preserve for appeal. The judge says, I'll hear from the government. The government says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. I say all of that, Tyler, and that was a lot, but I say all of that. It seems to me goes back to something we talked about earlier. The judge is making very clear that these are serious federal crimes and that there were victims here. And the fact that he's basically interpreting that Sean Combs doesn't show remorse for this, or doesn't accept that he actually did wrong, I mean, I think that seems to be what he might be suggesting. That might not be good for Sean Combs.
No, not at all. It seems like the judge is putting it out there that Mr. Combs is not accepting accountability here, that he's challenging the facts of his guilt, even despite him being convicted of those charges, and that Mr. Combs really should be accepting some more accountability in his filings. I understand that his defense lawyers are arguing to try to get him on the lower end of the sentencing guidelines, but that seems to be right now backfiring with the court, because the judge has said that he's viewing this as him full throttledly, I believe, challenging any responsibility for his actions, whether it's coercion versus paying for time. And it seems like Mr. Combs, his team, should really take the hint here and try to roll some things back when it's their time to argue. And I think Mr. Combs is going to fall on that sword. We've already heard about his letter. I'm pretty sure his words to the court would be more so accepting accountability and not challenging the facts.
Yeah, so he's not going to receive any adjustment to his sentence based on him accepting responsibility based on this. Alexis, we got an update from court. Prosecutor really hammering home. They're asking for 11 years here. Prosecutor Slavic says this is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims. Hard about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months, so the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jamie. They were arrested for about 7 years, probation department. What do you make of that, Alexis? I mean, look, this is the prosecution's point of view. It doesn't mean that the judge is necessarily going to accept 11 years. But they're saying, even though he was acquitted of the most serious charges that could have seen him spend 20 years to life in prison, racketeering and sex trafficking, even though he was acquitted of that, it can't be overshadowed what he was convicted of.
I agree with the prosecutor, and I think that the court is also agreeing with that based on what they have been saying, that we do have victims that were severely damaged in this case. And that asking for basically a walkaway. I mean, the defense is asking for time served, more or less. And I don't think that the judge is what you just read towards that at all. The prosecution is correct. People were victimized in this case. There was testimony and he was convicted related to that.
Tyler, the prosecutor says the defendant tries to argue this is just sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. And by the way, when they say the defendant, they also mean the arguments that were put forward by his defense attorneys and filings leading up to the sentencing. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. That's a key component of this, which I wonder if the judge is going to consider here. That it's not just one isolated moment of transporting a sex worker across state lines to have a girlfriend have sex with that person. That it was the amount of times that this was
looks
done.
better than life.
And now, based on what the judge said earlier on, he may be considering the violent tendencies that Sean Combs engaged in as a characteristic, as a symptom of the transportation to engage in prostitution. Are you thinking right now that Sean Combs could get 5 years, 7 years, 11 years?
Well, my prediction is 3 to 7. I think that the government asking for north of 11 is high. I mean, they have overcharged this entire case. I think the defense asking for 14 months is extremely low. And I think the probation recommendation for 7 is a little bit more of an independent view of it with the sentencing guidelines. And I think the judge should somewhat split the baby.
Thank y'all for watching with me. I'm so happy.
To the acts of violence, but the judge can't overrule the jury who acquitted him on the most serious charges. So I don't think this will be a situation where the judge lays a heavy hand down with the violence for charges that Mr. Combs was acquitted of, but he's certainly not going to ignore it.
I told you that this was an unpredictable day. I didn't know this, what I'm about to read to you. So Prosecutor Slavic and Sierra, I didn't hear this, maybe you did, just said Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He
What?
did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. I didn't know that, Sierra, because that would signify he thinks he's getting out. If that's true.
I did not know this either, Jesse. I mean, I'm very shocked about all of this. And I guess as you're going through, I'm reading this update in the same time that you are. And I'm thinking the math isn't quite mathing for me, though, because if he was arrested on September 16th of last year, it's early October, we aren't quite at the 13-month threshold, and his team is asking for 14 months. So then if they're asking for the 14 months, it doesn't make sense that he was to book this in Miami for next week. Is that showing that he's very confident he's going to get out even in less than that 14 months? I mean, I'm shocked by this news.
I'm curious what the defense's response to that will be, that allegation. One more thing, Sierra. We have a poll up that says, do you think Diddy will speak publicly after sentencing? So that's assuming, of course, that he gets time served and is let out immediately, which we don't believe is going to happen because he still has to be processed from the MDC. But the poll says 38% say yes through a lawyer, 32% say yes immediately, 30% say no. The question I have to you is, have you heard anything about what we can expect post-sentencing? What the scene is going to be like afterwards? Do we know if there's going to be any press conferences from either attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, victims, anybody? Is there anything set up outside the courthouse for that?
It's interesting that you say that, Jesse, because right before you talked to me, I was literally thinking that what is our contingency plan for what is going to happen? Now, we do have, right where I'm at, we've got our camera, I'm coming to you live. Across the street, though, we're taking a look at it right now. We have that
Ooh, thank y'all for the lights. Thank
now,
you
there's
so
always
much.
that podium there every time I've been here in New York, just kind of ready to go, whatever could happen. So I guess there's a couple of answers for this. Number one, do I think that P. Diddy, whenever he's sentenced, whenever he himself has the availability to speak, will he? Yes, I personally do think that. I mean, we know Diddy. We know he's pretty charismatic. We know he has, his story about everything, and I'm sure he wants to share his feelings about all of it after keeping relatively quiet. I mean, he didn't testify, of course. They didn't call any witnesses for the defense. I know Diddy's going to want to talk. Will it be today? I'm thinking probably not. I guess we'll wait and see. However, for the defense and prosecution, I would not be surprised if we have some sort of press conference after all of this. Again, we are ready to go if that does happen. I haven't heard anything definitively. I think a lot of it depends on what sort of sentence is handed down, but we're definitely ready for it.
Or if he's going to be speaking in Miami. I mean, Alexis, if that's true, Alexis, that says something, doesn't it?
Well, it says that he appears to continue to think he's above the law, that he can just, basically get away with these crimes, not have to serve any additional time, and go on his merry way. And I do agree. As soon as he can, he will be talking. But I think this is also consistent with the concern that the judge is having, that he is not showing any sort of remorse. He doesn't think, it appears, that he has done anything wrong. He appears to just think he was railroaded and everything he did was correct. These speaking engagements, if true, are very disturbing, and I think they're going to have a major impact on the judge's decision with regard to sentencing.
Well, I wonder if I'm totally off by this, Tyler. Could the defense use this to their advantage? And hey, listen, this is very consistent with what Sean Combs has been saying in his letter. That he's been doing good on the inside, speaking to inmates, trying to better their lives. He does not think he can change about the past, that it's all about his future. Yeah, he's got a speaking engagement in Miami because he wants to warn people. He wants to educate people. He talks about how his life will never be the same after he's been in the MDC. Maybe they're going to own up to it. Am I totally off by thinking that?
I don't think you're off at all. And I don't think the judge is really going to give that too much weight. I mean, every defendant wants to be free. Mr. Combs wants to be free. and he booked a speaking engagement. For all we know, he could be speaking to children about staying away from a life of crime, staying away from drugs and excessive lifestyle, as he said. Now, the prosecution is clearly going to say this is a man who has ego that's beyond, human nature, and he expects to walk out of jail immediately. But I don't see there really being any much to this. It's really a nothing burger. I think the facts are what the facts are. The sentencing guidelines are what they are. And I think the judge is smart enough to stay on track when both sides try to pull him one way or the other.
Hey, Tyler, can the judge ask Sean Combs, like if Sean Combs provides a statement to court and it echoes a lot of what he's been saying, can the judge say, Mr. Combs, can I ask you about this booking engagement? Can he ask questions to him during the course of this sentencing?
But it's a judge's courtroom. He can ask questions.
Interesting. Alexis, update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. I guess the bigger question here, Alexis, is what realistically could his sentence be if he was acquitted of the more serious charges? If you couple transportation to engage in prostitution, if he was convicted of racketeering conspiracy, he was convicted of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution.
This trial may go on
That's an aggravator.
all
It's part of
day.
an overall story. But it goes to this idea also, like, there are people who say he wouldn't have been prosecuted if all the government had was prostitution charges. They wouldn't have gone they wouldn't have filed the charges against them. They would have prosecuted him. So if he was acquitted of those serious charges, I do wonder, in and of itself, transportation to engage in prostitution, what could he be looking at?
For the transportation, it's up to 10 years per count, so we're talking 20 years is the
Good
max
Lord.
that of what he's looking at. But I mean, I don't think he's gonna get anywhere. We've got probation coming in at 7, we've got prosecution only asking for 11. But also we have to focus on the fact that just because he wasn't convicted of those charges, remember, there was testimony with regard to support, for instance, the violent aspect. I mean, specifically that video. So, which he did, admit in the public that he did do that. There was that whole video where he was responding to, the video in the hallway at the hotel, which was one of the things that the judge did look at and consider with whether he was going to release him post-conviction. So, I mean, when they're saying that, like you were saying, the crossover, that the fact that he was acquitted doesn't take away from some of the allegations supporting that violent aspect.
Now they're talking about comparable cases and all that. Here's my question, Tyler. You remember the apology video? Remember his apology video that he put forward right after CNN had published the 2016 tape of him beating Cassie Ventura? You couple that, I'm going to play that for you, and then you couple that with what he's saying in this letter to the court and what he might say in court, where he describes he's been reading and writing, working out, attending therapy, teaching a free game business course to inmates, sharing both successes and failures. Let's compare that to the video, and we'll talk about it.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it, I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. Now they're going to therapy, they're going to rehab. I had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Now, Tyler, I'm no psychologist. I can't read Sean Combs' mind, but I can tell you what the law is. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, okay? Problem is, if you listen to what the prosecution presented during the course of the trial, he committed crimes or allegedly committed crimes after that video. I mean, what was found in his hotel room when he was ultimately arrested in New York? Evidence of freak-offs or wild king nights or whatever you want to call it. there are people who looked at that video and said, I don't believe it. I don't believe he's sincere. So if we're talking about what he can say, what he can do in court to really fight for his life after he's already been convicted, are there lessons from that video? Is that video going to play a role here? What do you take away from it, Tyler?
I think the video will play a role. It's out there and it's in the public domain, and Mr. Combs has said that, and he's essentially saying the same thing now in his letter to the court, where he apologized, took responsibility, said that he's rehabilitated himself. He's in jail doing the right thing now, and I think the judge is going to make a decision that takes all of that into consideration. Now, he has been in jail for 14 months. He just went on trial for his life. So this has not been a cakewalk for him. And being in jail is not easy for anybody. And so I think the court has a tough call to make here. But I do think that, the letters from inmates, him having an impact on their lives, I do think that the judge is going to say he has some redeeming value in the future of his life. But that doesn't mean that he escapes responsibility. There has to be some sort of accountability. And I think the court is going to be very aware of that in the sentence that they hand out. And I don't think they're going to let this be something where he just walks out immediately after being processed.
We got a poll up. How are you feeling as we wait? 52% say here for the drama, 22% say anxious, 17% say hopeful, and 9% say angry. I think that's a good kind of, summary of the feelings of this case. Alexis, how much can a defendant's statements in court affect a sentence when there is no pro forma sentence? There is no mandatory, this is life in prison. It really doesn't matter what anyone says. There's a lot of room here. There's a lot of discretion. How much does it matter? How much does it affect what the defendant says?
Well, first, if I was taking the poll, I'd have to say I'm here for the drama too. But secondly, that is taken into consideration. But I mean, some of these statements that he's making, as well as this letter from the inmates, I'm not buying what they're selling with the letters from the inmates. I have a concern that those letters were made because these inmates possibly think that when they get out, there'll be some benefit to them, making that once Diddy is out. So I'm not buying what they're selling there. But the court does take into consideration that. But what they're really looking for from the defendant is that he has remorse, that he acknowledges what he has done is wrong, and that he wants to move forward in a positive and be a productive part of society and not go back out and reuse drugs and abuse people and do the things that he was previously doing. And with that he's clean, he's in jail. So I mean, that doesn't mean there are plenty of inmates that have got clean in jail and went right back out.
I ain't playing with him today.
So that, to me, that doesn't say much either. This speaking thing, as much as Tyler is saying that he doesn't think it's that big of a deal, I think it's a huge deal because I could turn around as a prosecutor and potentially argue that it's re-victimizing the victims. That he's going to go out and he's going to be living, free and potentially making these speaking engagements, making them feel unsafe. So, I mean, there's obviously good lawyers can argue both sides of the coin. But yeah, they're going to be looked at, but it's a balancing act.
By the way, Tyler, CNN is reporting that in court today, the judge has accepted that the range of 70 to 87 months, so we're talking about 5 to 7 years, that was recommended in the pre-sentencing report is appropriate. That there would be no reason to deviate from that. They're also saying that the guidelines allow a fine of $25,000 to $250,000. He's going to prison? Is that what we're saying? He's going to prison for several years? Is that what we're saying, Tyler?
So it sounds like the court has indicated that he's going to jail. I think the sentencing guidelines here and the report that we received from probation clearly showed that he hasn't given the sentence yet. But it seems like he's accepting the recommendation, and Mr. Combs is going to be spending some time in jail.
By the way, we got some commentary about this. In the federal prison system, do you have to serve 85% of the sentence before you're eligible for parole? How does it work? Do you know?
It depends. I do think he'll be eligible for early release with these two counts.
Interesting. All right. We got a super chat question, Sierra. I'm going to go to you. This is from Christina Lester. Second super chat question from Christina Lester. Thank you so much. Has Sean Combs been subject to any drug testing while in jail?
Christina, this is such a good question because as we know now in P. Diddy himself talking to the court, he says, I've been sober for the first time in decades. I've had, reform. I've learned a lot while I've been in jail. So the question mark here is,
Yeah, my
has he been
girl,
subjected
thank
to
you
drug
for
tests?
all you're
Well,
doing
there's
for
no
me.
definitive
Thank you.
reporting on that. I think it's definitely possible. But what I will say is, if you recall, P. Diddy trying to make bail, not once, twice, three times, he kept going back, wanting to make bail over and over, and multiple times we reported it right here on Law and Crime, it was denied. However, what I do want to note is that Diddy himself offered, when he was making these bids for bail, yeah, okay, I'll take drug tests weekly if that's something that you want to make sure that I'm sober. I'm willing to do that. So I think it's really interesting that when he was hoping to, get bail, he said, I will do these drug tests voluntarily. Now he's saying he is sober. So has he been doing drug tests behind bars? Unclear, but I guess I would tend to believe that maybe he is sober based on his voluntary drug test that he said he would do.
So we got an update from court. Okay, so the prosecutor is really hammering away at Sean Combs and the aggravated nature of this case. Prosecutor Slavic, the video from the LA hotel, we're talking about the Cassie video, was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. Sorry I have to say this, but he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. The victim impact statement makes clear she still Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. So Alexis, you take all that in mind. We have a question from Rosalba. Does the panel agree that the judge will want to add appropriate time for his rehabilitation because there's proof that he won't offend again? I mean, is there proof that he won't offend again? Is he a changed person from, this conduct that was mentioned was illuminated during the course of this trial?
Great question. Listen, there's never proof that somebody is rehabilitated. I mean, the name of the game here at this sentencing is for, the defendant to say that, yeah, I'm rehabilitated, I'm a changed person, I'm going to move forward with my life in a whole different manner. Now, being in prison in jail is going to change you. There's no doubt about that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to change him for the better. He is, like you mentioned, Jesse, very charismatic. And, people tend to at least initially like him. So, I mean, I don't know if he's changed. In my opinion, I would say that he's not a changed person. I am not so sure that he's going to move through life as this quote unquote saint. But proof, we can't have proof. It's not like we can do a lie detector test, and even if you did, that's not admissible as to whether he truly is changed. As well as he may think he's changed, and in reality he's not.
Prosecutor Slavic, he downplays the abuse, calling it rare. It was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Here's a question for you, Tyler, as we're listening to this. You think the judge has already made up his mind?
I don't think so. I think the judge is really going to do his due diligence to hear both sides here. I think he has an idea where he wants to land, but I think some facts could motivate on how far south or how far north he goes. So I think judges do go to the bench and they listen to both sides and they make a decision that they believe strikes the middle of justice. And that's what their job is to do here, to find justice, which is more than just punishment. It's rehabilitating, it's deterring, it's also taking into consideration what the victims want, but doing what's the right thing to do, and that's what the judge has to do.
Hey, Sierra, you've been following this case from the beginning. You talked about the supporters outside the courthouse. You've read a lot of these letters that were introduced to the court in anticipation of sentencing from family, from inmates. What is the main theme that you're seeing, the people who support Sean Combs or ask for leniency? What are they saying?
I think the main through line throughout all of this is that Diddy has learned his lesson. And I'm speaking on behalf of these letters of support for P. Diddy. Basically saying he knows what he did was wrong. He learned his lesson. He's served his time so far for over the past year at MDC Brooklyn, and he's changed. This was a mistake. He's different now. And of course, talking about all the positive attributes that he has. I mean, there's a reason we're talking about P. Diddy today, because he's famous. And how did he become famous? Well, he was very talented at what he did. He was very charismatic. He was very charming. And I do think that he wooed a lot of people in terms of both the public and the celebrities. People liked to listen to his music or drink his alcohol or wear his clothes. But additionally, the people closest to him too, they say he's a great guy. They say that he is a positive person, that he's a role model. I mean, that video that was submitted, it was interesting to see the positive relationship that he had with his family. And once again, this is something that we've seen consistently at court. All of his family, you know, his mother, his children supporting him. And in that video, there's, you know, images, you know, of him with his family, showing him being a dad. They're saying he is a dad. He is a good person. They also talked about him running, which is interesting because he's, you know, been a runner historically in the past, saying that he's dedicated to things that are bigger than himself. And so those letters of support, it's really things like that, saying he has changed. He's not going to do it again. He's a good person and he deserves to be out with his family.
You look at the letter from Sean Combs that was submitted to the court, and maybe something that will be, you know, echoed in his statement to the court. He says, this is to the judge, I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. God bless me with 7 beautiful children. I have failed my children as a father. I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need and deserve. You do wonder if that's going to have an impact on the judge. We have some questions coming in. Alexis, I go to you. This is from Ambitious One. Assume Combs is sentenced to 5 or 7 years. If an appeal is granted, would bail then be granted based solely on the charges now being under the Mann Act?
So let's say that he is sentenced to a decent amount of time and then the appeal goes up and it is granted. There would most likely be a new trial that would be ordered to happen. And I don't think that the judge, under the circumstance, is going to release him, you know, when that happens. I think he would still stay incarcerated. It would be potentially the same charges. It's what happens at the appellate level and what the appellate level determines needs to happen. So it's hard to say, but most likely, if he even won the appeal for whatever reason, he would be recharged or there would be a new trial with the same charges.
Interesting you asked that question. We get great questions from our viewers. But Tyler, got a question now from Trish Lancaster, who asks, could he be retried for the charges he wasn't convicted of if new evidence comes to light?
No, he can't be retried. That's double jeopardy. He's already been acquitted of those charges that he wasn't convicted of, so he won't stand trial for those again.
By the way, great movie.
He can't be charged with those same charges.
You ever seen the movie Fracture? Great movie. I encourage everybody to check it out. Talk about double jeopardy and what can be introduced. Just encourage everybody to check it out. It's a really good one. All right. So we have a poll up. What's next for Diddy? 32% say who cares. 28% say total cancellation. 22% a rebrand and quiet return. 18% say business as usual. Sierra, we talked about this before, about what can we expect from Diddy, depending upon the sentence, and if he's released. What do you make of that poll?
I think the poll is interesting. The fact that majority say who cares is
Oh Lord, I gotta go
interesting
get me
to me.
something
And
to eat,
maybe
yeah.
it's just exhaustion, right? We've all been doing this for so long. There are so many civil lawsuits, plus all of the federal side of things. But in addition to the other half of the poll, the cancellation, or maybe he'll come quietly. From what I know about Diddy, I don't know of him being quiet. That's not really something that he does. He goes big or he goes home. And in this case, I think that Diddy will want to speak whenever that may be. I don't think he's going to go anywhere quietly. And again, this is just my personal opinion in all of this. But again, why are we talking about Diddy? It's because he is this charismatic celebrity and he let us inside of his life prior to all of this. I mean, when we're talking about white parties, I remember being a young girl in Wisconsin reading through Us magazine or, People and seeing photos of the white parties. Diddy did show us part of his life. Now, maybe not necessarily everything that happened behind closed doors, but thanks to the trial that happened in the courthouse behind me, we now kind of know. So at this point, what does Diddy have to lose? He's already been convicted. I do think he's going to come out and tell his side of the story, and I don't think it's going to be quietly.
By the way, I was reading through People magazine too when I was younger. I don't know why. I just thought it was fascinating. I was very interested. It was the whole Brangelina moment. I was really invested in that. All right, side note. Okay, anyway, excuse me. Update from court. We have a prosecutor Slavic says he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. There seems to be a big point here, Alexis, of trying to explain why this is a crime, why this is serious, and why the appropriate sentence needs to be
must be
several
gonna
years.
get him under
Again,
10
Go back to
years.
something. There are people who will look at this and say, compared to what he was being accused of, prostitution? But the government is doubling down on it.
I agree, Jesse. I mean, this case, as we discussed at the great lengths, was a difficult case because you had a situation where some of this, not the violent part, but the sexual part appeared at some level to be consensual. And then you had a relationship going on. So I think the prosecution is trying to hammer down that we had a situation that we had this, prostitution coupled with this very elevated violence, and that these victims that were part of this have been severely damaged. And this just isn't a run-of-the-mill, somebody goes, to a street corner, gets somebody, has consensual sex, and then it's one and done sort of situation. That he did this repeatedly. He has only been charged with 2 counts. And it was surrounded with such a violence. And we had this video. I mean, this video it was shocking. I think anybody who saw that video the first time was just shocked by that video.
Excuse me. The judge is taking a break. We had a question from one of our viewers, LaRob Show. When can we expect the sentence? We don't really know. I mean, this could take several hours as they go through different statements. The judge's statement, I'm sure he's going to say something before he ultimately delivers the sentence. You're going to hear from defense attorneys. You're going to hear from multiple people who've prepared statements. You're probably going to hear from Sean Combs. So this may take a little while till we ultimately get to the sentence. And we're going to continue our live coverage here on the network. But what's interesting, again, is what you're thinking, you're hearing from the prosecution, and you're also going to hear from the defense. Tyler, what does the defense need to say right now? So the judge is taking a break, really hammering away. Look, if you ask me, based on what we've seen in court so far, it seems to be advantage prosecution. The judge has already seemed to signal that several years in prison appears to be the appropriate range, but what extends past it, extends maybe further. What does the defense need to do? What do they need to say in order to maybe get some sort of leniency from the judge?
Well, they need to make an argument for deviating. That's the big thing they need to do. Deviating from the proposed recommendation and the guidelines, even though the judge said he sees no reason to essentially deviate from the proposed recommendation. That's one. I do think they need to draw a fine line between taking responsibility and accountability and still attacking some of the prosecution's tactics and how they're trying to use these acts that for charges that he was not convicted of and twisting the Mann Act, which he was convicted of. That's going to be their best bet, and reminding the judge that this sentence should be one for the charges he was convicted of, not for the charges he was acquitted of. And they're going to give weight to the acts of violence, but if you're looking at a scale from 0 to 100%, there's no way the judge should give 100% credit to those acts of violence because he wasn't convicted of those charges. It should probably be more appropriately 40% and under. Even though they happened, it was trauma. The jury was a true arbiter of this, and they found him not guilty of those charges.
Alexis, if the judge sentences him to 7 years or 11 years or what have you, as opposed to 14 months, which is what the defense has been asking for, can they appeal that sentence? What do you think the likelihood of successfully appealing that sentence would be? I mean, do you think the judge, if he were to sentence Sean Combs to significant prison time, that there's an argument this was excessive?
If we were to sentence him to 7 to 11, I don't think there's an argument for that because, I mean, first of all, I think that we're going to land about 6.5 is my prediction, or 6.4. So I think that as long as, especially if he stays below probation or even at probation, I don't think there's an argument to say that that it was an excessive sentence. I mean, nobody is talking the 20 years. That is the possibility. So we're well below that. Obviously, the judge will have to do the sentencing and stay within the requirements to substantiate his order of whatever he does. Otherwise, people could be saying that.
Sierra, I go to you real quick on this. The scene outside is interesting, but for anybody who hadn't seen the beginning of the program, can you tell us who has showed up so far for Sean Combs? I mean, obviously we talked about you haven't seen Kanye yet, but there have been people who have showed up in his support. There have been people who are there today for his sentencing. Can you tell us who they are?
Yes, I have not seen Kanye West yet, but I think it's only 11:44, so there's still time. I mean, maybe he's a late sleeper. We'll see what happens with Kanye. But as for Diddy's side, of course his family is here, specifically his mother, Janice Combs. We have those people who are inside. We read at the beginning of the live stream, I believe, that he blew a kiss to his mother, so he's been kind of in conversation with them, at least from afar, eye contact, things like that. I did hear reports that the Punisher was here. However, I personally have not seen him, but I do know there's a pretty big crowd behind me. There's a lot going on over there. Those are the main people that I've heard of. However, it's still early. We don't have a sentence down yet. We haven't heard from the defense, so there could be more people who trickle in, especially now that we're on a break.
By the way, I have to ask about this, Tyler. The judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the convictions. The defense had made a series of arguments about how archaic this law was, problems in the way it was prosecuted, prejudice by the evidence that was introduced. The judge denied it. And just a quick point of what the judge said. The government at trial presented overwhelming evidence of Combs' guilt under the Mann Act, meaning the transportation to engage in prostitution. On many occasions, with respect to both Ventura and Jane, the government proved its case many times over. To any modern reader, the plain meaning of prostitution is sex for sale, because they argued that this wasn't necessarily prostitution per se. They argued there wasn't a commercial aspect to it. He didn't benefit. They made a First Amendment argument. Basically, this was voyeurism. Were you surprised that the judge didn't throw out the convictions? And does that tell you anything about which way the judge may be leaning today?
Not at all surprised that the judge did not throw out those convictions. The jury heard this case and they found him guilty of those 2 counts. And I think the judge will be clearly overstepping. He overruled what the jury found Mr. Combs guilty of. And we all sat through this trial. We saw all the facts of money being exchanged, things of value being exchanged for prostitution and acts of sex. There was some voyeurism there, but there's clearly prostitution going on, whether it's money paid to people to have sex with the victims or Mr. Combs engaging in the sexual activity as well. And there could still be an argument that him being a voyeur and there being money exchanged was still prostitution. So Nowhere near surprised that the judge did not throw out those 2 counts.
Alexis, we got a super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you believe Diddy will get retried? So let's put aside the argument we've been talking about so many times on double jeopardy grounds. He's not going to be retried on racketeering or sex trafficking. Do you think he could ever be retried on transportation to engage in prostitution?
So this is a great question. So a lot of people don't realize this, that you can be tried both without double jeopardy in state court and federal court for the same crime. So that actually is a surprise to many people. I think that here in this case, we do have, I'm not sure what specific crime that Jay Riz is referring to, but we do, a lot of them had statute of limitations issues that were attached to them as well. So if we're talking about retrying after a potential appeal on these 2 counts, I do not think that he's going to win an appeal.
One more question to you guys. One more question to Tyler before I have to sign off. Tyler and Alexis Sierra is going to stay with us. Tyler, we have this poll up. What's the biggest factor you think the judge should consider today? 36% say legal facts only, 29% say victim impact statements, 28% say the leaked hotel video, meaning of Cassie, and 7% say past allegations. What do you think?
The judge is going to do a little bit of everything, but I think the best is looking at the facts only. And do give some credit to the victim's impact statements here because they were traumatized and clearly impacted. He cannot ignore those. He needs to give those some consideration, the legal facts, and do what he feels just. That's why he's a judge, gets paid big bucks and wears a black robe.
Alexis Rosenberg, Tyler Bailey, thank you so much for coming on. Sierra's going to stay with us, so stay with us here on Law and Crime. This could be a full day sentencing hearing in Lower Manhattan. We will be right back right after this.
All right, y'all, they're going on break. I hate to miss it, but I got stuff I got to do. I'm trying to watch it. I think I've been on here, how long? 2 whole hours. It's not lunch yet. It's just 11. I'll bring this up so you all can see the red writing. Hold on. There. You can watch the writing. Let me make sure it's clear. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the likes. Thank you all. Thank you for the views. Thank you so much. I'm always so appreciative. I can get some other stuff did now. Like I can. Fridays are my cleaning days. Get my gloves. I turned off the light because it had a glare. It had a glare on the TV. Oh, wait a minute. I know what I can do. So I'm going to go and I don't think I'll be on the camera because it's got that part cut off. I don't see that giraffe. I still got on my little naughty, but I'm going to go ahead and get my bathroom clean. I don't know why I got that. That goes in my car. I always use two. Oh, while that's waiting, let me show y'all these. Why is that up there? The soft, let me take it back. These soft scrub things here, they are so good for your bathroom. This is not a paid sponsored by them, but I just thought I'd put that out there. These are good. Or your bathroom. Ooh, I done saw that bleach on my. Okay. That's awesome. Oh, I need to plug up my phone. It's about to die. My cord. I also need to plug up this phone. I'm on 44%, so that's pretty good. But while that commercial is on, we'll do the bathroom. That'll cut down on my time. I don't wanna mess up my bathroom either. Let me get my charger. I should have an extra cord somewhere around here. Okay, that's one, but I need the. Oh my God, I just had put one here last month. Yeah. And it's a Samsung. So this is good. I'm getting my charger. Cause it's about to die. Oops. You doing everything except for. Wow, this commercial is on. Oh man, I ain't gonna be able to do it. Y'all hold on, I gotta plug up a charger. Hold on. I'll be right back. The screen is gonna go to a black screen with my picture. Hold on. And I'm wiggling it, but I gotta get my charger in. Okay, we charging. I just didn't want to go. Sorry about the noise, but we back. Okay. I got y'all charged up. So we charge now. Ooh, thank y'all for the likes. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the help that I get from the lady in the chat. I can't say her real name. Let's get this one. Great. No, I ain't supposed to be using all this Clorox. Good Lord. I'm here, I'm just cleaning, doing my Friday cleaning. I think I'm gonna have to end the line. Then I got a vacuum. Let's go see what's going on here. I'm here, y'all. I'm cleaning out the bathroom. Okay, did I bring this up in here? I'm cleaning. They still on commercial break. I'm trying to clean so when this go off, I can go ahead and just get out and handle my personal business. I'm refilling all my detergents, my hand soaps. This is what I do on Fridays. I refill my hand soaps, my detergents, and different things like that. Clean for the weekend. I put too much in that one. It's running over. But we got her refilled. This will go in the bathroom. Okay, let's see. It's still on commercial. But I got that refilled. Let me finish the bathroom. I love my little house. My little apartment, rather. It's still a house. Feels like home to me. Feels like home to me. Okay, let's get some crypto. I'm gonna take you out of here. You nuts. Color. All right, y'all. That's how fast it took me to do the bathroom. I got my bathroom while we on commercial break. Oh, I gotta get the trash. I don't know why I didn't think to do this earlier. I cut that on my time. Get the trash. Got the bathroom, finna get the trash. Oh, I gotta get some WD-40 today. I'm tired of these squeaky doors. Okay, we got the trash. All right, let's see. Let's get this. I'm washing dishes with a pot. I'm gonna cook me past lunch. I'm doing some lunch, y'all. Get my stove on. Oh. Alright, we got that done. good enough lunch. Let's see where we are. They still on commercial. So I guess I can finish cleaning too. I don't really have to do much. My apartment not that big. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. But I call it a home because it feels like home. Okay, we threw in the back. I got a vacuum. What did I do with the vacuum? I got a vacuum. If they don't hurry up and announce his sentence, I'm gonna turn this off. It was suggested to do today, so I did. You keep talking about emotion, but you sure ain't charging. You been that camera been charging for 2 days. Okay. This is my purse. I gotta go to the post office by, what time is it? These clocks got different times. All right, y'all. We waiting. I got my disclaimer up. All right, y'all. One thing I do here is vacuum. Let me turn that light off. It's finna charge. I'm not going blue. Okay, y'all, we waiting. They don't hurry up. I'm telling y'all. I'm gonna turn this off and let that be it. It's been 2 whole hours. I'm gonna get some break. I need some more drinks in this house. I'm glad I didn't mess that up. Put you on high. I'm through with this, but I gotta clean this up. I need to get somebody my cookies. I hate to waste stuff. I knew when I
It
got
can be released, today or in the next month or so. That seems to be a remote possibility. Now we'll see what the rest of the day holds. But remember, prosecutors were asking for 11 years. Is the judge going to go that far? Unclear. And we also don't know how long this day is going to go. We believe that Sean Combs will make a statement, that others will make a statement, the judge will make a statement. And right now the defense is providing their arguments to the court. So we're going to provide you real-time updates. We are also going to take your questions. Any questions you have about this case, submit them on YouTube. We'll answer them here on the air. And I'm also going to bring in my all-star panel for this hour. So we have with us Sierra Gillespie, who is outside the federal courthouse. I'm also joined by criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer. And I'm joined in studio by the former associate warden at the NBC, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks. I want to thank everybody for coming on. Dr. Hendricks, I have a lot of questions for you as well when it talks to what the potential sentence.
Okay, y'all, let me get y'all back.
Might actually serve his time if he's ultimately sentenced to prison. But we have a super chat question that I got to get to first. So, Safa, I think this is you. Super chat question from JRiz87.
I know one thing, y'all.
Do you think Diddy will take legal actions on everyone that accused him?
Good question.
I think that after this case is wrapped up and he's either sentenced or is ultimately released and back out in the community, I think he's going to handle the civil actions that are pending. There might be some countersuits with respect to those actions, but I think that he's also just going to be prepared to move on with his life, move on with his family, and try to rebuild his brand.
Okay, update from court. So now, as I mentioned, it's Sean Combs' defense team's turn to raise their arguments for a lenient sentence. And Jason Driscoll's up. Says, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. So seemingly trying to convince the judge not to follow what the guidelines are. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases.
Okay.
Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. We'll talk about these arguments more. But I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because this is interesting. You and I were talking about
Oh, Lord.
one of the key factors that you imagine the defense is going to be talking about here is, by the way, it's such an awkward shot with my computer, but hey, this is the best we can do right now. Anyway, one of the things that he's going to be focusing on is how he's been helping inmates. He's been teaching them, providing courses. You say there's an interesting aspect of it that might not actually benefit Sean Combs.
Right. Individuals, other than the jail time credit they can garner based on the sentence they can also get up to 10 days a month for First Step Act classes that they take. However, Mr. Combs facilitating these courses, he can't benefit from the First Step Act credits because of the sex crimes that he's been convicted of. So if he's actually facilitating these courses, it would be very interesting to see if the judge takes that into consideration, that he's willing to do something for his fellow inmates that he won't even be able to benefit for himself.
And to be clear, if he's sentenced, let's say, to 5 to 7 years in prison, how long would he actually serve?
He is going to serve 85%
85% of that, okay.
minus the jail credit, the 3585B1 credit that he's getting based on the time he's already served. So he's not going to be eligible for any additional time off.
Okay, I go to Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, you're outside the courthouse right now. Paint a picture for us what you're seeing. I mean, a lot has changed in the last 2 hours in terms of what's been happening in that
Y'all
courtroom,
ever turn
where
it
the
down
judge might
some?
be going. What's the scene like right now?
There was a lot of interest about what's going on today, so much so that our reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is inside the courtroom right now, she got here at 6:30 this morning just to make sure that she could secure a seat inside, because of course we want to make sure, as there are no cameras inside a federal court, that someone's in there, and it is Elizabeth Milner, so she'll be out later to give us more info. But that just goes to show you how many people are interested in what we have going on right now, that lines were forming even yesterday. As far as what's happening right now, of course you have reporters like myself lining up and down the streets. We've got cameras, we've got lights, people from CNN, ABC, all of the major players, including, of course, Law and Crime. And then across the street from me, a sizable crowd. Now, throughout the live stream that we've had today, I've heard a lot of things. I mean, I've heard cheering from people. I've heard yelling. There are, of course, people here who aren't even talking about Diddy. For instance, I've seen the Free Britney movement here once again. There are people talking about, politics and things like that. But as far as Diddy, there does seem to be a contingency of supporters for both the survivors and for Diddy himself.
And I'm very curious to see how that crowd changes as we even get, nearer to where a sentence might be. We don't have an indication of when that may happen. More people need to speak. There's more that the judge needs to consider. But as we get closer to the official sentence, that crowd outside that courthouse, with what Sierra's seeing, could change drastically. Going to you, Saf. We've got a super chat question from Joanne the Genius. Spells it Jenius. I like that. I like that a lot. I may actually use that later on. Safa, so first of all, thank you so much for the super chat question. If Diddy is sentenced and he appeals, will the appeal be heard in front of Judge Arun Subramanian once again?
No, if he ultimately appeals his sentence or appeals the case as a whole, he's going to go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the appellate court in New York's jurisdiction.
By the way,
That
we
would
also
not be the Department of Justice.
Sure. And it makes sense because right there looking to see if there were any errors committed on the part of the trial judge. Another question for you, Safa. This is from Brittany Curry. Jesse, is there a possibility of the judge going over what the prosecution is asking for in the way of a prison term to make an example out of Diddy?
Well, Mr. Combs, he's facing 10 years on each charge for the Mann Act violations. And so essentially he would be looking at 20 years here in totality. The government is asking for 11 years. Could the judge go over that? Certainly he could. I don't think that he will. I think that the judge is going to stay in alignment with the sentencing guidelines. And what they're doing right now, as they're having these dispositive conversations about what the judge is to consider, it actually gives the judge an eye into what the formal statements are going to be from the government and from the defense as he prepares to hand out his sentence this afternoon.
And look, from my perspective, based on what we're seeing in the pretrial filings, the responses from the judge, what we heard earlier today, it seems that prison is a very likely possibility for Sean Combs. And I don't believe the judge is going to go anywhere near 20 years, but the problem for Sean Combs is the judge is allowing evidence of violence, allowing evidence of acquitted conduct to be examined here. And there were so many incidents of transportation to engage in prostitution. It just wasn't one isolated incident, that it seems that may aggravate this, and this may extend it, and that could be a problem for Sean Combs. Now, I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because you and I had an interesting conversation about where Sean Combs could actually serve his time in prison. So if he gets 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, where does he serve it?
Well, he'll most likely serve it at an institution 500 miles from his release residence. As we know from reports, he has homes in Los Angeles, here in New York, as well as in Miami. So if he chooses Miami, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Marianna, Florida. But if he wants to release to his home near California, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Tucson, Arizona. But there's also a possibility that he can also serve his time at a facility in Miami. There's a low security facility there that I know that they've held sex offenders as well. So it'll more than likely be at a facility that houses some sex offenders within 500 miles of his release residence.
A lot of people could be surprised and say, wait a minute, he's not going to serve federal prison time in a federal facility here in New York?
No, MDC Brooklyn is a pretrial facility. Now, they do have what we call trustee inmates. Those inmates are kind of like what we call minimum security campers. So, I mean, he could possibly serve his time at MDC Brooklyn, but it's highly unlikely based on his high profile nature and the crimes that he's been convicted of as a sex offender. It's highly unlikely if he gets anything more than 24 months at the sentencing hearing, more than likely he will be going to a federal prison somewhere closer to where he wants to release.
Got an update. I got a question. I'm going to throw it to you, Safa. This is from Too Many Cactus. Why can the judge sentence him based off what he was acquitted of? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of a trial? That's a fair question. Why can the judge consider conduct that he was acquitted of, respect to racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking? Why can he consider that for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution, particularly if we don't really know what evidence persuaded every one of those jurors?
Yeah, that's been a pretty hot button topic, as sentencing has been looming, and it's certainly been a conversation and a conflict between the government and Mr. Combs' attorneys. So there are statutory provisions that allow for the judge to consider those things, although it is very limited and there are very limited circumstances. I think here with Mr. Combs' case specifically, the conduct or the alleged conduct that he was found guilty of, there's an overlap between that and some of the conduct that he was actually acquitted for. So ultimately, some of the allegations would complete the narrative that support the Mann Act convictions. And because of that, the judge is going to consider those things.
Got an update from court. So his attorney, Jason Driscoll, in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this other case, the defendant texted the victim, "I meant what I said about making a mold of your, let's just say, private parts. The rest of you ain't worth S." The judge says, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Jason Driscoll, Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that it's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about a very specific case, I believe, in the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a younger girl. Driscoll says that defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. The specific statute they're referencing says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. That's the online platform that we use to look at court cases. His case is different. Judge says, okay, who's next? Ms. Westmoreland. Okay, so that's interesting, Sierra, when you think about it, right? The defense, even going into this sentencing, has been very keen to suggest that this is
Oh
not
my,
an
did my lights
aggravating
go
case,
up?
that it's not now part of an
Oh, thank
overarching
y'all for the
racketeering
lights.
case, that it's
Thank
not part
you.
of an overarching sex trafficking case, which we have seen.
Thank y'all. Thank
in
you.
other
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
prosecutions.
for
There
the
have been those who
views.
said if all he was being charged with was
Thank
the
you.
prostitution charges, they never
We
would have even
waiting.
brought this case. From your reading of everything,
I think
what
this may
has
go
the
on to
defense
probably
been
about
saying?
2 or 3
What
o'clock.
has the defense been saying
And I'm not
about
going to stay
why
here that
Sean
long.
Combs deserves a lenient sentence?
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? They're saying, okay, he was acquitted on the more serious charges. Because if you remember, while we were still talking about the trial, if Diddy would have been convicted on, let's say, racketeering conspiracy, he could theoretically have been spending the rest of his life behind bars. And that, he was found not guilty of. And I think it really is the defense's job to point this out and say, hey, let's remember why we're here. The most severe charge here, our client has been found not guilty of. And this is something kind of a through line that we've been talking about throughout our entire live stream here today, is the interesting, way the judge decided to go, Judge Arun Subramanian, including some of these other instances in regards to what Diddy was acquitted of. When we're talking about the other victims, the alleged violence, things like that, where he's saying, okay, yeah, I am going to kind of include this in considering what to do with the sentence. I do think that the defense is making good points here, again, to remind the judge, okay, we only have these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution. Taking a look, I believe it was 900 other cases involving the Mann Act, and comparing them and saying, highlighting what Diddy has been convicted of, how it relates to other cases, thus, I'm speaking for the defense, thus the defense is saying he should receive a more lenient sentence.
Dr. Hendricks, got a bunch of questions coming in for you. So this is a question from Patty Pans. Will Diddy get probation after serving his time? And if yes, what will it look like?
Yes, he will more than likely have some period of supervision. Typically, inmates are given between 3 to 5 years of supervised release, and depending on how he adjusts post-release, he may even be taken off supervision earlier than the full term.
By the way, update from court where Nicole Westmoreland, one of his defense attorneys, says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the NDC. Mr. Combs was successful. He used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. And actually, if you go to Sean Combs' letter that he prepared to the court, he really talked about the MDC, his life in the MDC. And he, I'm trying to find the specific provision where he talked about it. But where is it? Okay, so I realize that I'm in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although this situation has been the hardest and darkest in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I've experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goal, dream that their hearts desire.
Well, maybe that's why you're there for that
program
purpose.
called Free Game, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons. I don't just teach about my success, I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation.
Good or
And he talks
bad.
about how bad the conditions are at the MDC as well, not for sympathy purposes, but to share that he's trying to change man. What do you take away from that?
Well, I mean, just like all other individuals who are facing sentencing, I mean, he went through the pre-sentencing process, and I'm sure he had an opportunity to sit down with the probation officer who did the PSR report, and kind of talked about, taking responsibility for his actions and the things that he expressed in his letter. And yeah, I mean, no conditions in any facility, whether it's MDC Brooklyn or a jail in Mayberry across the country, no conditions being behind bars on a day-to-day basis is going to be comfortable, and it's going to give a person the time to reflect on the things that they've done, the people that they miss, more importantly, family and his children. Other than the victims in this case, I mean, his kids are the other victims for the reason that he's not with his family right now. One of the things that I would talk to inmates when they first come to prison is, things are missing. Things are missing in your family, and things are not being done in your community and family when you're incarcerated. So it looks as if, other than complaining about the food and some of the other reports that I read, that he is spending time trying to reflect and trying to mend some fences. And obviously, of course, nobody wants to go to prison beyond
That's
the
true.
jail time that he's spending right now. So
How bad is it here in DC?
it has its challenges. I was an associate warden there from 2013 to 2016. I mean, I faced several challenges there, from a management perspective. It's 1 million square feet of an institution. And let's face it, I mean, I don't think any home or any building should be used 24/7. I mean, if my house, if I was running the water, the shower, and the flushing the toilets 24 hours, and then I have more people in my home than the capacity than it should be, then the conditions in the facility are obviously not going to be optimal. And it costs money to upgrade these facilities. And we know that there have been reports of staff misconduct and other issues since the institution was founded back in 1993. So yes, I face challenges there, but at the end of the day, 85 to 90% of the staff that go there every day come to take care of business, and they put their lives on the line to keep the American people safe.
Safa, it was a question for me. Curious your thoughts on it. This is from Sunshine Brave. Jesse, do you think AUSA Comey's firing, Maureen Comey, and absence from the sentencing affects the outcome? My answer
Ooh,
no.
I like drop my drink, y'all.
Any effect. By the way, she's suing the Trump.
I think this thing gonna be all day. I don't know if they trying to do this for views or what.
It's not gonna have
but
any effect on it at all.
your girl
Ultimately,
ain't
you have
finna
the
sit
United
here.
States
How
government
long you been?
against Sean Diddy.
Ooh, y'all wait a minute.
The government
3
and its
hours?
assistant, U.S. attorney and assistant U.S. attorneys, they all operate as one
I heard
body,
it's
so it
up top.
doesn't matter if it's Ms. Comey or any other AUSA that is present for sentencing. It's not gonna make a difference in the judge's opinion.
They're really talking about right now in court, this is an update, the defense about the impact that Sean Combs has had. What Nicole Westmoreland says, there were not many black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing too. It was not just Urban Street where it was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. Sierra, this is something we talked about before. I'm going to emphasize it again, and I'm curious your opinion about it. When you listen to this about when they talk about all the help, aside from after his conviction, everything that he's done while he was running Bad Boy, and they're playing this video, they want to play this video, we've shown B-roll of it that was prepared by the defense, kind of compilation, montage video of his life and good things that he's done. Can't the judge, say, yeah, but like, you were committing crimes during all this? Or, for people who don't know, even after he made that apology video, after the 2016 tape of Cassie Ventura was released, he was accused of committing more crimes, right?
Yeah, he was. And why are we here today? Because he was convicted of a crime. That's the bottom line that we have here. He committed a crime. It's not an accusation anymore. He's been convicted of it. So it's up to the judge, to sentence on that conviction. So I understand the defense's perspective here, putting forward all of these things, saying, Diddy is a mastermind when we're talking about Bad Boy, not only as an artist, but when we're talking about, a black-owned company that was one of a kind, when we're talking about Sean John and the clothing company and things like that. It makes sense, and it's truly the job of the defense attorneys at this point in the sentencing hearing to paint a positive picture about P. Diddy, to show, his reform that he's had through this entire process, to show in this video, he's a father, he is a good person, he is a runner, he is a singer, he is all of these positive things. But I do think, Jesse, you're right that it has to be in the back of Judge Arun Subramanian's mind that both of these things can be true. He can be a great dad, and also he is a criminal in regards to the transportation to engage in prostitution crimes. So both are true.
And, we get this question from Olga, why is there no immediate sentence, Sierra? The waiting must be so stressful. Look, it is stressful, but under the law, particularly, right, Sierra, when you don't have an automatic mandatory sentence. It's not like pro forma. It's not like a murder case where we say, oh, you know, they're going to be convicted to, you know, life without the possibility of parole. There's so much discretion here. There's so much for the judge to consider. The pre-sentencing report, probation's recommendation, prosecution's recommendation, defense's recommendation, allowing so many people to write letters and speak in court. Yeah, it's very stressful, particularly probably for Sean Combs, but it's necessary.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be stressful for P. Diddy and his family. Of course, they want to know what the answer is going to be, right? But to your point, Jesse, Judge Arusa Moranian almost has the weight of the world on his shoulders because he does have to sit through so much. Not only did he sit through that, weeks-long trial, hearing all of this evidence and information, seeing some really emotional testimony.
Oh, give me some lunch.
That's going to live in the back of his mind.
Skip breakfast. That was a
Not
no-no.
only was P. Diddy acquitted of, but then what he's convicted of. All of those things paired with, the letters of support.
Thank you for the light.
Sides, from Diddy supporting them.
Oh, give me some lunch,
Rather, the victims who are saying, wait, this actually was really difficult for me. It was really traumatic. I had to come forward. This affected my life. So
leave a comment.
Either way it's going to pan out. I think that there are one or two people who disagree with what happens. Right? If it's a win for Diddy,
I can't share what this lady be telling me to do,
supporters of the victims are going to
but
be upset. If it's vice
it
versa,
works.
then it's got the opposite way. So I do think
It really
makes
works.
sense to have a hearing like this where we hear from both sides, where we have all of these letters. Of course, for the judge to consider all of the elements here, because again, a man's life really hangs in the balance.
It certainly does. Nicole Westmoreland in court just said, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, referring to the work that Sean Combs did. A voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And the note here from the reporting says there was sobbing. So I can't tell if Nicole Westmoreland is actually crying during the course of this. If so, that's notable. Question for you, Dr. Hendricks. This is from Griffey. Will Diddy be placed on the sex offenders registry, or is that not a crime he can be placed on?
That depends. It depends on.
Your bread's so thick.
The judge's recommend. I think it'll have to come in a judgment and commitment order.
I had to give me something to eat, y'all.
Will have to register as a sex offender, especially since that the crimes he committed, he's not eligible. Like I said earlier, for First Step Back credits. He's not eligible for the Residential Drug Abuse Treatment Program, which could have given him up to a year off and a year in a halfway house, depending on how much time he's going to be sentenced for. So more than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender.
Honestly, everybody knows about this case. Is it even necessary? Everybody would know what he was convicted of. So it's just a separate kind of practical point of view. Okay, Safa, two questions that are related here. This is a question from Brittany Curry. Is there the possibility of the judge taking into account the fact that Diddy was contacting the victims while awaiting his trial regarding the sentence? Okay. And this is from Fabiola Delgado Lebron. Not sure if asked and answered, but was the defense contacting witnesses in a threatening manner, causing for one witness to not testify? Is that witness intimidation? Okay, so first of all, I think that second question is regarding Mia, who was going to provide a statement to court, chose not to based on what the defense had written in their letter. That's not witness intimidation, if you ask me. The judge said there was inappropriate language used, but that doesn't rise to the level of a crime. I guess the bigger question is, all those allegations about that Combs was contacting people while at the MDC in anticipation of trial? I haven't heard, unless someone could correct me, I haven't seen the judge reference that yet. That may come up later on. What do you think?
The judge hasn't referenced it yet. I'm surprised the prosecution hasn't referenced it, or they might in their last statements to the court. Essentially showing that he has done any and everything that he could to try to come from a place of not taking accountability, and that includes reaching out to witnesses and intimidating and things of that nature. And of course, that's going to be the government's argument. The defense's argument is going to be a little different. Their argument is going to say, hey, judge, we have a right to investigate what the government is alleging, and that investigation also includes our investigators going to speak to witnesses, or us confirming what witnesses expect to say, or preparation for trial, which would include having conversations with some of these people that the government is going to put on the stand to testify. So it's fair game either way, and I don't know how much impact the judge is going to give to that. I don't think it's going to be pretty significant if he does because I think that there are so many other things that are on the table for him to consider. And to the point earlier, I think Sierra mentioned something with respect to, the thoroughness of the conversations that they're having prior to sentencing is the judge is going through everything with a fine tooth comb. There are sentencing factors that he has to consider. There's case law that he's considering. And he also wants to make sure, and both sides want to make sure that the record is perfected, and particularly the defense, if this case goes up on appeal, and the judge wants to make sure that there are no appealing issues as he prepares to hand down the sentence.
Sierra, there's a poll that we have up that's really interesting because a lot of people have been wondering, okay, what's the impact? What's going to happen?
I need to go
What's
get
your
my
view of
charge.
Sean Combs? What do you think his life's going to be like after he's ultimately released from prison, if he's sentenced to prison, or if he's released today, which looks unlikely? But has your opinion of Diddy changed since his conviction? So 39% of the people polled say not at all.
Nope.
32% never liked him. 19% say completely, and 10% say a little. What do you think, Sierra? What's your take?
You just never know how a person is behind the
right, to show that
closed
a lot of people,
doors.
it seems as though their opinions of P. Diddy haven't necessarily changed, and maybe that's because they never liked him to begin with. I mean, if we're talking about since conviction, he has now officially been convicted of this crime. Okay. However, prior to all of this, we've been reporting on this. I remember very specifically the
Y'all, I
first
gotta
time
walk past the
that
TV. Hold on.
was November of 2023, because of course that's when Kathy Ventura filed her bombshell lawsuit, and then after that, it's hard to keep track of the number of civil lawsuits that came out. So perhaps maybe it's all of these people who are watching right now who their opinion of P. Diddy changed back then when we first had Cassie, and then of course we're talking about Jane Doe or Liza Gardner, etc. All of the many lawsuits leading up to Lil Rod, and the many others that trickled out after
Okay.
that. And of course, I'm sure
I can turn it back on. I'm sorry.
coverage of the trial here, where you and Elizabeth Miller
Let me get
broke
my.
down everything.
I hope it's still straight.
I think that probably changed a lot of the court of public opinion about P. Diddy's
Thank y'all for the
allegations
thumbs up.
and what
Thank
it
you
was
for
really
your
like inside the bedroom
views.
or hotel room,
I'm gonna
rather, what
open
it was
my
like
door.
during those
So bad.
kid nights or freak offs.
These
And I'm sure for a lot of
lizards
people that could have changed their opinion
are
of P.
terrible.
Diddy. But
What if
I mean, I guess it remains to be seen what's ahead for his future, whether he can ever bounce back in terms of, cultural significance.
I think he.
Again, I've said this from the start, I don't think
Oh,
he's going anywhere quietly. Even if
Come
people
on in,
by and
everyone.
large don't like him,
I
he
still see
has
people
this
joining.
niche section of supporters.
Interesting you say that, because I'm going back to this update from court. Nicole Westmoreland speaking on his behalf. She says he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in D.C.
That doesn't disregard the things he done.
Everyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That
God
changed my
forgive
life.
them.
Now, I think when she said, I'm sorry, I think she
Who
is
am I
crying.
to judge this
court.
man?
Look, doctor, I wonder if that is impacting the judge here. Maybe not necessarily the emotion, maybe the emotion of the attorney, but talking about the impact he had, the career that he had,
Ooh.
the future. I mean, do judges consider the impact that someone can have, the benefit they might have to society?
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I've done hundreds of designations for inmates across the country throughout my career. The main thing is, going back to that pre-sentence report, looking at the offense and conduct, and then when he's been interviewed, did he take responsibility? Does the things that reports about him teaching these classes, are they backed up by when he met with the probation officer? Did he actually accept responsibility? All those things come into play, but at the end of the day, there's still going to be a judgment. So while it'll be more interesting to see if he is sentenced to 3 to 5 or 7 years or 10 years. Will he still continue to teach classes? Will he still continue to fight for other inmates? That's the test is going to come when the judgment comes down. So I think it's a little bit of theater as far as the defense attorney, not necessarily being emotional, because that's not a problem, but I just think that's not going to make a major impact on the judge's decision, because he's going to ultimately weigh all of the information that has been gathered throughout this case.
Got another question for you from Brittany Curry. Since a lot of countries deny entry to a felon, how would his international travel be affected?
Well, if once he's released, he's probably going to be on supervised release. So any travel that he has, he's going to have to go through his probation officer. So during his supervised release, so any travel outside of the jurisdiction that he releases from will have to be cleared by the probation office.
So, Safa, something interesting is going on here too. I want to mention. Nicole Westmoreland has been saying, Mr. Combs was there. He said, "Listen, sorry. Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail, and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him." The judge kind of took objection earlier on about where he basically said it doesn't appear that Sean Combs is really accepting responsibility for what he did here. Is the defense downplaying the crimes too much? Is this going to work against them in terms of sentencing?
I don't think that they're trying to downplay the crimes, but what I think they're trying to do is highlight the other aspects that the judge needs to and will ultimately consider. So somewhat taking accountability, yes, and there's going to be a need for that from Mr. Combs' behalf, but also saying, yes, judge, it's towing a fine line because in their mind, there is still some dispute on whether or not these are actual victims or dispute about the conviction and some of the conduct or the alleged facts that the judge is going to consider. So towing that line between accepting responsibility and accountability for that, but also taking that accountability and highlighting all of the other things that Mr. Combs is known for. And I think that it's very unique here, and I really hope I'm not wrong as I'm saying this. I think that Ms. Westmoreland, she is the African-American attorney on the team.
Yes.
And so I think it's very interesting that she is delivering the statement at this moment for Mr. Combs, who is obviously a Black man who, is one of the pioneers in the hip hop world and in the entertainment world. And again, to her point earlier, is he has been one of the few or one of the first that has been able to sort of leverage, Black or African-American talent and things of that nature into the entertainment industry. And also to her point of his impact on her when she had her visit to DC. I don't think that will significantly impact the judge's decision, but it's interesting to see the lens that they are trying to convey to the court through this statement with this attorney.
By the way, Sierra, we put up a poll regarding one of the bombshells that came out today. How do you feel that Diddy lined up speaking events, even though he's in custody still? 45% say disrespectful to victims, 26% say moving too fast, 18% just business, 11% say smart PR. That was a big bombshell, right? And you had mentioned why it confuses you with respect. I think you said the math is not mathing.
The math is not mathing, Jesse. And I'm not good at math, but it's not mathing, okay? So that poll, it is interesting because while we were on air, you broke that bombshell, and I think I even interrupted you. I was so shocked to hear that according to federal prosecutors, P. Diddy has lined up this speaking engagement for next week in Miami. But let me go back to the math and break it down if I can. So P. Diddy's team, the defense, is asking for 14 months, essentially time served, but not quite, because he was arrested and booked into NBC Brooklyn on September 16th, 2024. So we're not quite at the 13-month situation because right now we're only at October 3rd. So if they're asking for 14 months, let's say they get it, that's what they wanted, right? So that's a little bit more time. I mean, that's pushing us into November. So if he has this speaking engagement rather, set for next week, why are they asking for the 14 months? That doesn't make sense to me. But honestly, if you're asking me about the poll, I am a little shocked that there is this alleged speaking engagement that he has booked. However, it is P. Diddy, so how surprised should we be?
Dr. Hendricks, Dr. Hendricks, does it make sense to you?
Well, if he gets the 14-month sentence, a year and a day sentence triggers 47 days of good conduct time. So he's already served a year in prison. So if he gets the 14 months, he can get out within a few days. I don't have a computer in front of me to do the calculation.
That makes it seem like you really thought he's getting out.
Right, exactly. So they're they're hedging their bet that he's going to get that 14-month sentence, and he's prepared to do the things that he wants to do in the community and beyond once he gets out. And I think that's why they've established a date for this speaking engagement in Miami.
They were not. The prosecution was not happy about it. I guess they said it shows his hubris about it. Super chat question from Christina Lester. Thank you, Christina. Really appreciate it. Jesse, will Ben Chu be joining us today? He will not be joining us today, but my gosh, isn't Ben always in our minds? Isn't he always in our hearts? So let's keep it there. No, but Ben's a busy guy. Won't be making it today, but nonetheless. Okay. Joe Rod says, I'm still laughing that the Punisher is at the court. Nicole Westmoreland, in the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how Free Game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. Is that true?
I believe so. As we know, Mr. Combs is a very creative individual, and I'm sure he probably had a little bit of homework done on the evidence-based courses that they already have at the facility. So I'm not surprised that he came up with this particular course for the individual, and especially since he was paid for facilitating this class, so why not call it Free Game? And the timing of it all makes sense as well, because I'm sure he didn't have time during the trial phase to have time to be talking to inmates on a day-to-day basis because he was preparing for
How many
trial.
hours is
But
this?
post-sentence, since
Oh
July,
my God, I'm finna get off.
time to create this
I might have to
course
come back.
and begin facilitating it to the other individuals in the building. And of course, at the end of the day, this is to help him ultimately because he's not going to be able to benefit from any type of courses because he's going to have to serve a day for a day
Yeah.
at 85% if he does get above 14 months.
Hey, Safa, here's a question for you. This is from Ray Santiago. Can the president pardon him?
Well, yes, he can.
You sure
At this
can.
point, Mr. Combs has been convicted, and so now, if the judge not the judge, but if Mr. Trump wanted to, he could certainly consider a pardon for Mr. Combs.
You think he's going to do it?
Nah. I think there was conversation about it, and then Trump said something to the effect that maybe Diddy was on the opposite side of the political spectrum as him, so I think Mr. Trump's going to leave that one alone.
What did you make, Dr. Hendricks, of the video? So we've been playing it a little bit. Have you ever seen that before, where a video has been put together highlighting the achievements, the career, the volunteer service, the benefits someone has provided to a community? Have you seen that? Has that been effective?
No, I have not seen it before, but obviously we're now living in a technology age, and I think this may be the start of something. I'm sure other individuals who have access to footage or B-roll or photos that they may be able to show their goodwill in the communities that they come from across the country, they may be able to establish something like that, like Mr. Combs is doing, to show his human side. And this should be something to illustrate for all individuals that are being incarcerated across this country, that they may be humanized and that they may have to take responsibility for their actions, but they still can contribute something to society as they move forward. So I think it's a good thing that he's doing to show his human side, even though he's convicted of the two counts that he was. And I believe that this could be a start of something in the future for other individuals who are facing federal and state time.
Sierra, there's a lot of question, a lot of feeling about the emotion there today, right? So there's a poll up that says, how do you think Diddy will react when he hears his fate? 37% say he'll be emotional, 29% say calm and composed, 20% will say shocked, 14% say defiant. What is the feeling outside that courthouse? What has been the feeling during the course of this trial? There are complicated emotions for people. I think a big part of it was, the Sean Combs that we knew, the Sean Combs that was beloved, the Sean Combs that was renowned, to hear the allegations against him and to hear what he was convicted of was a shock to many people. And it kind of goes into that poll about, does your feeling about him change? Does your view on him change? But there are complicated feelings where people don't believe the victims in this case. There are people who don't believe he should have been convicted. There are people who believe he should have been convicted across the board. What is that feeling that you're seeing from outside the courthouse and as you've been covering this trial?
hard, right? Because the reason that we all are following this case is because we know the name Sean P. Diddy Combs because he was a celebrity. And that's really what it is. When we know a celebrity, we know them from afar. We idolize them because of their music or movies, etc. And we don't necessarily know what's going on behind closed doors. But now, with this trial, with everything seemingly out in the open, it does, to your point, and that poll we spoke about earlier, change the course of public opinion in regards to P. Diddy and the allegation and now conviction that he has. So I guess it remains to be seen what sort of reaction Diddy himself, Sean Combs, will have when this sentence is handed down. As for what's going on right here, I've seen a little bit of everything. Earlier throughout this live stream today, I've heard multiple people running up and down the street yelling, "Free Diddy." So there are still supporters here for P. Diddy. Additionally, I just saw a man moments ago who came over live streaming and said, "I've been watching Law and Crime. I love you guys." So you know we have people here who are watching our live stream down at the courthouse supporting what we're talking about here. So it's an interesting juxtaposition of emotions here on both sides.
I want to get 2 quick points from both my guests before I have to sign them off. Sierra's going to stay with us, of course. So there's an update here, Dr. Hendricks, from court, Nicole Westmoreland. There is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Judge asked Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele says, Brian Steele, one of his defense attorneys, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Judge says, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. So we're about to hear from Quincy Brown.
Yeah.
No benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison?
Say that because, they don't want their client to be behind bars. So, I mean, that, but in terms of him, being held accountable for his actions, and the judge is going to have to make that decision. And that's why they have the high responsibility of being a federal judge, is that they are going to be able to measure all of the information based on the evidence, based on criminal history, based on what he can bring to the table in the community later on in his life. And ultimately, that judge is going to have to make that decision. So, but I'm not surprised that his defense attorney said there's no public benefit from it. So, I mean, and that's a question for a lot of different individuals who are incarcerated. But ultimately, he's going to have to take responsibility for his actions, and it may include some jail time.
They're moving pretty quickly, Safa, through these statements from family. Quincy Brown says, this is his son, he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next up, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next up, I'm Christian Combs. I'm the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Is this going to have an impact on the judge's decision, Safa?
I think it's most certainly going to have an impact. And I think that this, in part, is going to be the defense's strongest tactic to get the judge to come in alignment with their sentencing request. Right now, what you see is obviously the children of Mr. Combs who are really delivering heartfelt, heart-impacting, and pulling at the judge's heartstrings for leniency for their father. And these are the individuals that truly have firsthand relationships and that will be impacted the most with Mr. Combs' absence. So I think that what they're going to be saying and what his other children continue to say will have a compelling effect on the judge. So compelling that, he'd give him time served under the 14 months essentially? Probably not. But I think that these statements from the children are going to really echo in the judge's mind as he considers the sentence.
Safa Robinson Ferrer, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, thank you both so much for coming on. Really, really appreciate your expert insight and analysis into this as we continue into another hour of the Sean.
Oh, Lord.
Sierra Gillespie and I will be right back. We have new guests coming on. Again, I said full day affair. We don't know how long this sentencing is going to happen.
Well,
we're covering it for you right here on Long Crime.
if this not over at 1, I'm going to end this live. Thank y'all for joining and watching. Thank you for the likes. This will be over. It's taking too long. I don't know what it is. What it is. Let me open up my door, y'all. Okay, we back on commercial break. I'll take it up so y'all can read what's going on. I'll take it up so y'all can see what the tea going on in the courtroom. I'm gonna go live later because I have some inside information from a person that they shared with me. I'm opening that door. Make sure ain't no spot, or not a spot. Where is it? Up there. So I opened the door, get us some sunshine in here. And while that's showing, I'll get all this stuff here up, you guys. I could be vacuuming. Oh, let me get the trash out. Let me get my room case out. See what's going on. Okay, it's right here. I opened my door. Okay, we got one more hour of this. And if we don't have a verdict, I am going to turn this off. I got stuff I got to do, y'all. I need to get this thing here from there. It don't pay to be short. It really doesn't. Are they talking? No. We on commercial break again. And when the commercial come on, I clean up. I don't think this, look at you back out the, well, it's turning blue now. I ain't never seen a camera take that long to charge up. I really haven't. They're on a commercial break, but I got to tell y'all what I just did. My feet got caught in this cord, and I pulled the whole camera down. So now I got to regroup this thing. And I was using my computer. Let me see how I can. And then I got to see how to sit this and get my view back right. And then I got on all these lights. No, that ain't bad. I opened the door to let the sunshine in and knock down the camera. But knock down the camera. I did that, y'all. So we back. Oh my God, the things I do. The things that I do. It never fails with me going live. This camera gonna fall. I think that's might be a thing with me with the camera falling. I don't know. I could be cooking. The camera's gonna fall. I could be at the park. The camera's gonna fall. So we're back, you guys. I'm finna see if it has a glare since I opened my door.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our live coverage here on Long Crime,
I can't see.
Long Crime of Sean Diddy Combs sentencing continues. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us. We still do not know the sentence for Sean Combs after he was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution.
But we back in business. It never fails. That's gonna be tickling me.
Jane. But we kind of got a hint. The judge earlier on, Judge Ewan Subramanian, said that he does not see a reason to deviate from the sentencing guidelines of about 5 to 7 years in prison.
It's gonna be under 10.
Is that a definitive answer as to what he's going to do? No, because what are we seeing right now? It's the defense's turn to put kind of mitigating evidence forward, to ask for leniency. And by the way, I've said this before, I'll say it again. That's what makes this sentencing hearing so interesting. We have no idea what the exact sentence will be. There's no pro forma.
That's true. Is it Stephen? I dropped the camera early. I'm sorry. He really does.
The NBC immediately.
But I think it's going to be under 10. And hello, thank you for joining.
In prison, we're going to get that. But the defense right now is calling Sean Combs' family members to provide statements to the court. I mentioned before that Justin and Quincy had made statements. Christian Combs has just told the court, which is interesting considering what Sean Combs was convicted of. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. Next up, my name is Jessie Combs, and I'm 18 years old. Apparently she's crying as she's giving this statement. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. My name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. She's crying as well. He speaks with a clear mind. My name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Your Honor, please let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. She's crying as well. Judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. Brian Steele, Sean Combs' defense attorney, says, we would like to show the movie. So there's a movie that was prepared, this compilation of, we'll play it here as B-roll. We can't play the audio due to copyright reasons, but Sean Combs' life, his career, the work that he's done for the community. It's interesting seeing this as we talk about what impact this will have on the judge. It's up to his discretion about what the sentence will be here. But I'm here right now with prison consultant Justin Paperny. I'm here with litigator Rich Schoenstein, trial attorney. And I'm also here with Sierra Gillespie, who's outside that federal courthouse. So by the way, Elizabeth Milner is inside in that courtroom as well. We'll get to her later. Rich, I'll start with you. Do you think this is going to have an impact on the judge?
Yeah. You're asking about the video? I think the video would have a negative impact on the judge. I don't think this video is for the judge. I think that the video is for the public. I think the video is for his fans. I think the video is for his supporters and people who have an interest who are going to see it on the news or on social media. That video from the perspective of influencing the judge, to me, is a negative. I don't think that video is what he wanted to give to the judge. The letter that he submitted was a decent effort to persuade
Yeah.
the judge. I believe the letter was for the judge and the video was for the public.
We're also here with trial attorney Dante Pointer. Dante, do you think those statements from the family, those emotional statements from the family where the judge just said, this is important for me to hear, do you think that's going to affect the sentence? Do you think the judge has already gone in with a sentence and may be swayed by what he's hearing? Dante, I think are you muted? Okay, we got you. Yep, you were saying?
That's certainly Diddy's team and his family's hope, is that those cries, those pleas for help, the idea that the punishment is not just borne by Diddy alone, but also by his family,
I got
and that
this
can
kinda
have
loud.
repercussions as well, is something that the judge should take into consideration. However, when the judge starts off by talking about the guidelines, say what they say in terms of 6 to 7 years, you're now having to kind of battle back from that position and identify some points of mitigation that would cause the judge, persuade the judge to go below the sentencing guidelines.
Or do you think it's, hey, I'm not going to go past it. I still agree. He might say, I still agree 5 to 7 years, Dante, but I'm not going to 11. I'm not going past it. That, you think that's where these statements, this video could come into play?
Well, certainly, it could come into play for that. I mean, look, if you're playing defense, which Combs is because he's been convicted, then you're trying to put a cap on the maximum punishment that you can get at minimum. In your best case scenario, you've provided persuasive information that makes the judge want to depart below the guidelines, which is their best case scenario, right? So the best case scenario, you want the judge not to even reach the 5 to 7 year marker. Worst case scenario, please don't go above the guidelines and hit me with the 11 years the prosecution is banging on their drum about.
Now, we do have a super chat question from Bravado Agency. Such a great super chat question. Bravado Agency, just wait 1 second. I will get to it. I just want to go to Justin McCurdy about something. It is important to know, Justin, and I want you to clarify for our audience, okay? If he is sentenced to significant prison time, so anywhere 5 years and more,
I don't think they're
how
gonna do
much
that
time
much.
will he actually serve, and where do you think he will serve it?
That answer actually helps with the video, if I can touch on that quickly. I think the video does a good job of helping the judge look at the totality of his life, along with the statements from the children and the letters. It's important because these videos and letters lay out some vision of what he will do moving forward. So even if it doesn't directly impact the sentence, there are promises in this copy that the Bureau of Prisons can later use down the road to determine if he is authentic, if he is following through on the commitment.
The shocking thing that these people be having daughters.
A case manager to take the totality of his life into consideration in sending him direct to home confinement. So that's why I think it's important for the mitigation. The question is, will he follow through? I think he will, given what he's done while he's in custody. I think a lot of it's been impressive. To the sentence, based on this crime, as I understand it, he would be ineligible to get earned time credits under the First Step Act, a law that President Trump signed in 2018. These earned time credits can take up to 1 year off of your sentence. And with BOP directives, these credits can continue to stack. As a result of this conviction, he is ineligible.
I think
so
my
that's
TV
additional
making a
time
glare.
being served
I
in
mean,
prison.
me having
If
a
the
door.
sentence, I presume, is 3
open.
years or longer, if I were betting, he would eventually get transferred from MDC. Per the First Step Act, they want to send you to a prison within 500 miles of your release address. I presume it would be a low security prison. If in California, most likely Lompoc or
It had a
Trumbull
glare on my
Island
door.
here in San
So I got to
Diego.
close
If
up
it's the
the
short
door.
sentence his legal team is asking for, probably 3 years or less, with good time, together with what he served, he may say, I'd just like to finish the rest of my sentence here.
Yep, very consistent with what.
I had to close the door, it had a glare.
I think we're working on getting Sierra Gillespie up as we do. I just want to go now, Rich, to Bravado Agency. This question, the super chat question, Rich. Judge Subramanian, clerk for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She embraced her judicial role with the solemn responsibility of following the law. How might this influence affect Judge Subramanian today?
Well, I don't know if it's the Ruth Bader Ginsburg connection, although she was, of course, one of the significant Supreme Court justices of our lifetime. and a great place to clerk. Judge Subramanian, I think, has been trying to act within the scope of the law throughout these proceedings. I think he wants to follow the law, and obviously no judge wants to get reversed, so they always try to follow the law. So I do believe he's going to do his best to consistently adhere to the legal principles and guidelines. That said, at the end of the day, he has some discretion in sentencing. That's what sentencing is all about. That's why even the proposed the PSR is in a range, and he can go outside of that range, acting consistently with the law. So he will try his best, and we will see what he comes up with.
Well, I'm here with Sierra Gillespie as well. Raises an interesting question. We got this question here from Luna Wolf WY. Do you think, Sierra, do you think people will protest and or riot?
I hope not.
Max time. So I guess they're referring to what, 20 years in prison, which seems unlikely. You're outside that courthouse. You're looking at the scene. I hope for your sake and everyone's sake that doesn't happen. But what do you think?
I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a 20-year sentence here today. I mean, I think that seems pretty extreme. We could maybe rule that out. However, I could see if there is a lengthy sentence that the people here, just based on the vibe, could do something. I mean, last year I was here when the verdicts came down. I know I keep talking about this, but it was very notable that people were squirting baby oil and lube at the courthouse here, the federal courthouse in the Southern District of New York. I mean, it's New York. Anything can happen here. There have been people up and down the streets yelling, "Free Diddy." There have been people running behind me in my live shots and pointing at the monitor saying, "That's Jesse Weber." You know, people do not mind coming up to us. People do not mind yelling. I mean, so I think there are a decent amount of Diddy supporters here. And if there was a sentence that wasn't great for P. Diddy, I'm not surprised if I'm going to hear some people yelling. Maybe I'm going to see some more baby oil and lube, shouting. I mean, there are police barricades and there are officers around in case things do get out of control. And again, when the verdicts came down, there were police officers here who had to control traffic. There were so many people, and it had a heightened sense of security here. So, I mean, I guess we'll wait and see what the sentence really is, but I would be surprised if we get some outbursts from people here in New York.
And just so you know, I pay those people very well to say those comments about me. But that's a side note. Justin, got a poll question we put in. Put it up. Do you believe Diddy's claimed transformation? 63% say no, it feels like damage control. 19% say yes, people can grow. 11% say hard to say. 7% say maybe. The reason I'm posing this question to you is because Diddy, in his letter to the judge, talked about how the MDC changed him, talked about the good that he can do on the outside, how this has been a transformative moment. We haven't heard from him in court yet. But look at this, what it seems to be, people are very skeptical about this idea of him being transformed. Your take on it?
So I can understand the skepticism. I've been to prison, and a lot of people make a lot of claims. I can understand it's in his lawyer's interest to talk about the transformation. I think they're doing a pretty good job. I'm a believer or buyer because we're beginning to compile some evidence from people inside of that prison who are willing to put their name to a letter that says, he is impacting me, he is helping me. There are people that go to prison who play the victim all day, they blame, they excuse, they watch television, they do nothing to try to contribute. So I find it very helpful, I find it positive that while he's been in this really difficult detention center, stripped from his family through his own bad choices, he's making the most of the experience. In my opinion, that's the biggest mitigation argument that he has. There's no doubt how much his children love and support and miss him. And I can understand a judge might say, if you were so concerned about your children, you might have given more thought to your conduct. I've been to enough sentencing hearings to know. So the children have done an excellent job. I think his lawyers are doing a very good job of doing what they're paid to do. To his mitigation, avoiding problems, which you shouldn't be rewarded for if you're compliant, but still a lot of people are not. The best thing he has going for him, even if it doesn't directly impact his sentence today because it could influence a case manager down the road, is the work that he has done while he is in custody to provide value to those who have not had the opportunities, the benefits that he's had throughout a lifetime. I think it's real. I think it is significant. And I think the judge may comment on it, but if not, you could expect a case manager down the road to be influenced. If he continues to do it, it just doesn't stop at sentencing. He's continuing to build a record for the rest of his life, frankly. This isn't a legal strategy for him. It is a mitigation strategy for his children, for his family. But I think it's very genuine what he's done, and I think it's very encouraging. I would just encourage him to continue whatever the number is today.
So we have an update from court. That video that they were playing is over. It's been played. The judge says, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Brian Steele says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Judge says, any more lawyers? Brian Steele says, myself. Then Mr. Donaldson. They're going to resume now at 2 p.m. Eastern. Adante, this may take quite some time. Is this typical? Is this typical to see a sentencing on these kind of federal charges take a full day like this?
It's not typical to see a full day of a sentencing. However, I don't think it's the charges. I think it's who is being charged and who is being sentenced is why it's taking such a long time. It's not uncommon because you do have to have, both sides, if you will, not only the court weigh in with the sentencing and its analysis, but also the prosecutors and whoever the victims want us to talk. And of course here, the defendant has an opportunity. So it's not a quick situation like you might see in state court where, a person could be sentenced within about 15, 20 minutes. This is a federal court, and so it's a much more elaborate process. Nevertheless, what I think you see here are two titans, if you will. You have the United States government on one side, and they're asking for 11 years. They're beating their drum. They're pulling anything and everything that they feel the court should consider. But the defendant also has the right to do that. And he's well-heeled. He has a number of attorneys looking at it, and they're going to play all the angles to Diddy's benefit. And keep in mind, the judge should and is instructed to take into consideration more than just what was in the four corners of the conviction. The judge could take in all the other testimony that was about other bad acts, but at the same time, the defendant gets to present the court with all of the things Diddy has done, be it a school that he funded in his neighborhood, provided free education and boarding to people, and all the other generous acts that he's done over the years. The judge has to then balance all those things to ultimately come out with a sentence. And of course, we're all waiting with bated breath to find out what that will be.
Rich, I want to jump on something you mentioned before, his letter to the court. By all accounts, Sean Combs is going to provide a statement in court today. It may echo what his letter said. I was playing before his apology.
This trial is taking forever, y'all.
After the Cassie tape was published by CNN, a lot of people didn't.
Thank you for the, my lights.
He was also accused of committing crimes after that video came out.
And the views.
What can he say in a best case scenario? What can he say? What can he do that may affect the judge's decision here, given that, as you said so well, that the judge has a lot of discretion?
I think the themes that he wants to hit on, and they were in his letter, are remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And Justin really spelled this out well. I too thought that is by far his strongest argument, that he can do good and is already doing good and is really capable if he's earnest about it. This is someone who's capable of doing immense good in the public if he gets out and if he does it. And I think that is his strongest argument. He needs to be careful, though, because there were things in the letter that the judge didn't like and the prosecutors harped on. He can't say anything negative about any witness or any victim. He doesn't want to say anything to deny committing these crimes or to deflect responsibility. He was pretty good in the letter, but he did sort of say something about Mia that I think was misplaced in that letter. He doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to keep it short. He wants it to be heartfelt. I assume he's not going to read something. He's going to use his presenter ability. And to your point, Jesse, about how this is taking a long time, for better or worse, this is a very well-equipped defendant, right? It is the rare defendant that can produce a video to play at their sentencing hearing. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Or bring in multiple children and a reverend and other impact statements and have multiple lawyers make arguments and then get up and say something. So there is a lot to be said. But when it's his turn, remorse, regret, rehabilitation, sit down.
So that's a really good breakdown of what he needs to do. And it's interesting, Justin, because I'm thinking about it. On one hand, the judge could say, my gosh, it's so unique what Sean Combs has been doing in prison, helping fellow inmates. We got a lot of letters from people who say he's changed their lives. He may be committed to doing well on the outside. Could the judge take the other view? Well, not everybody's in Sean Combs' position. Not everybody has the ability to teach business classes and use that for their benefit at sentencing. And if I use that to benefit him, that places him in an unfair position. And I'm curious, whether the judge may say something. And while it's great what he's doing and commends him for doing it, he can't use it as a deciding factor to determine what his sentence should be. I'm just curious your opinion on it, Justin.
So there's a nonprofit I'm affiliated with called Prison Professors Charitable Corporation that is in every BOP prison. It influences millions of people, and a number of people will volunteer to that nonprofit, and it's been very helpful through sentencing hearings, and judges have commented on it. It has never been harmful. I don't think this work that he did would be harmful unless you have the lawyers or Mr. Combs try to oversell it, right, the impact of it, or if it wasn't real. I've been to sentencing hearings where judges will say, yes, I saw you go to the soup kitchen once a week. You've truly changed the world, and any volunteer work is clearly working against it. So I think it has to be realistic. It has to be measurable. I think 1 year is a sustained period of time. I don't think you should punish him for having skills that he's choosing to use to help people. What's the alternative? Sit there all day in isolation and complain? He shouldn't be hurt or impacted negatively by trying to help people. Some people try to oversell it. It doesn't appear as if he has. I would argue that for him to get maximum benefit, regardless of the sentence today, as someone who's been to federal prison, but I was in federal prison in 2008 when there was no prison reform. There was no agenda to advance my release date. Measures have changed through the First Step Act, more that we think is coming. So it's really in his interest, whether it's 5 years, 7 years, 11 years, to say, Your Honor, regardless of what happens today at sentencing, I'm going to continue this through my sentence, probation, for the rest of my life, and use this experience as an asset to influence many of the brothers that I have met here in prison.
Okay, so I have big news. Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, is with us right now. She is straight from the courtroom. She was in there for the entirety of the day so far. Elizabeth, it is so great to see you. I have to start with this. You can tell me how Sean Combs appears, how he looks, but you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing. But I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in, he was in civilian clothes. Now he wasn't in the MDC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers, hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices in the courtroom, just about how nervous to me at least he seemed while walking in, and I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go either way. I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs' accomplishments. Something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of his redemption when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism, how he opened 3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas, how he employed thousands of people, he gave opportunity to inner-city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were they were talking about vote or die, and then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker there? None other than who would end up being her client years later, and that was Sean Diddy Combs. And she said that he had said something along the lines of, listen, everyone, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put those actions behind your dreams. And she said that pretty much changed her life. She says, Mr. Combs isn't larger than life. He's just a man who made mistakes. And then I think the tears really started to fall when the children came to speak at the podium today. And it wasn't even necessarily a situation where they were rushed over into the front of the courtroom and all had to turn. It was really just kind of a simple, casual measure. They all got up to the podium. They all stood together, and it's 6 of them, minus the 7th child, that being, of course, baby Love, who's only 2 years old. Didn't see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but I did see her mother, Dana Tran, inside there. But all the kids lined up at the podium and sit near the jury box. And Quincy Brown speaks first, and I think what's important to note is Quincy Brown, his biological father is actually Albie Shore, who had a relationship with Kim Porter. They were together, but Sean Combs adopted Quincy when he was very young, and then there was kind of some talk before, prior, just about the relationship between Quincy Brown and his biological father. But in terms of what he was speaking about today in sentencing, he said that he's our father. In front of us, we see a changed man week after week. We can see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Now, Justin Combs spoke afterwards, Christian Combs spoke after that, but Jesse Combs is really where it started to kind of pick up in terms of the emotions again, where she immediately started crying. And I can only imagine how that feels to speak in front of not only the judge, but in front of your father, in front of a whole bunch of people in the media who want to hear what the kids have to say. Because even though we saw them inside the courtroom, Jesse, even though we've seen them in passing in the cafeteria and other things like that, this is the first time we're really kind of hearing them speak about how their lives have been impacted by Sean Combs's the allegations that have been against him and the conduct, all of that stuff. But they said right up the front, they were like, we're not here to make excuses for him. We aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our lives. Jesse Combs talking about how she lost her mom, her mom being Kim Porter when she was very young, and that Sean Combs promised to be there to keep them safe. Then Chance Combs spoke afterwards, and she said that we're just daughters who need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind now. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man. He wants to be a better father. He's parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I see glimpses of our father during that. She said our sister deserves, and that the sister being 2-year-old Love deserves a father who is present to teach her how to ride a bike, to tuck her in at night before she goes to bed, something that all kids want from their parents, right? Then Delilah Combs afterwards spoke after Chance. She said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life, and she says that these are the years that we'll never get back. She says, I know that missing years hurt because we lost our mom and they've already lost so much. So really that was kind of a time where we were really kind of seeing everyone get a little emotional in terms of people on the defendant's side. Sean Combs himself, I think it was a moment where we were kind of seeing him inside the courtroom at the defense table really kind of turn and look at his children. Kind of hard for him to keep a straight face with that. Like, he was so emotional, which I understand. He's a father, and he's a father to many children, and the kids have gone through a lot in their life. And so it was very emotional, Jesse. I can definitely say that. It was a lot of tears inside the gallery, especially on Sean Combs' side, but definitely from Sean Combs himself, too. He was very emotional while his kids were speaking.
There's a lot at stake today. It's not surprising you're seeing this. By the way, before I ask you something else, I just have to let you know, the amount of love that you're getting online is quite palpable. Basti failed. Greetings, my queen. We love you in Germany. Christina Lester, super chat comment, who's been great today. Tell Elizabeth her skin is glowing as per usual. Nikki Hayes, how are you, Elizabeth? We heart and appreciate you. Anto Grego, beautiful Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Love you guys. You make a great team. Malin Borbin, oh, how I missed the chat, the lunchtime show, and the Long Crime team and panel. Long Crime, thank you for all your hard work. So, and super chat question from Mike. What's the update? Well, I think Elizabeth just laid out the entire update. I will ask you this. there was a question from the lone medic. How long does Elizabeth think Diddy will be sentenced for? Wasn't there a comment today, Elizabeth, from the judge that he does not see any reason to deviate from the guidelines of what, 5 to 7 years?
Yes, and so there was a lot of math that I was honestly doing, Jesse, because when they're talking about the sentencing guidelines, they're always talking about it in ranges of months. And so
I'm sorry, y'all.
having to do quick math. So really what the judge is kind of looking at and what the PSR recommendation was 70 to 87 months, which by my calculations, because I don't have a calculator inside that courtroom, about 6 or 7 years. So I could see
And that's
it
what they're gonna
possibly
give him.
being definitely on the higher range than maybe the defense was expecting. I think, especially in terms of the judge's tone today, when he brought up that Sean Combs had been talking publicly about possibly doing an in-person speaking engagement in Miami. I think actually, I take that back. It wasn't the judge who brought that up, but it was more so the government who specifically brought that up, because it seems like from the defense's side that they were expecting possibly for him to be released today, pending the outcome of what the sentencing may be. And so, in terms of my personal opinions, I don't think the judge's step is going to be lenient today. And I don't know if necessarily the victim impact statement, seeing the video that played inside the courtroom, hearing from Sean Combs's children, hearing from his defense attorneys will sway him in any type of way. I think he's probably already has his decision already made. But if I were to have my guess, I wouldn't put it past him to have anything below 2 years, and possibly with the possibility of time served, that's only another year in prison. And so we'll see what the outcome will be once that sentence is eventually handed down, which will be later this afternoon for sure. Possibly.
Yeah, so we have a question also, and I apologize if you mentioned it before, but it's from Rebecca L. What is Diddy wearing today?
Yeah, so Rebecca, Diddy is wearing, because I always write it down, whatever he is wearing inside, is wearing a sweater, white undershirt, and he's wearing dark pants today, which is different from the last time I actually saw him in the courtroom, and that being the hearing that happened just last week when he actually appeared in the NBC jumpsuit. And so still kind of a similar color, but definitely in civilian clothes as opposed to last week's hearing.
And by the way, this revelation that Mia, who is one of the victims in this case, claimed that Sean Combs sexually assaulted her. She was supposed to provide a statement today. She had provided a letter to the court. The defense objected to her providing a statement in court. She didn't want to speak today. I mean, can you talk to us about that revelation too? That happened at the beginning of the day.
That was a big revelation. I was expecting to hear some in-person victim impact statements, especially from government witnesses. And so it was a big shocker when Chrissy Slavic said today that Mia no longer wants or wishes to give a victim impact statement. And Chrissy Slavic had said that Mia had submitted a written statement, and that was the same letter from the government sentencing memo. And then it was interesting.
It's not like the
honestly,
school
because
bus,
the
no.
judge kind of get a little kind of testy a little bit with the defense's side, because he pretty much said the tone of the defense's letter in response to Mia giving a victim impact statement was just inappropriate. And the tone of that letter was pretty harsh. It was kind of the same tone and impact that the cross-examination was, where they set out in legal filing, they called her a liar, they said that she was having kind of a fake demeanor while she was on the witness stand. There's all of these things. So honestly, Jesse, it wasn't too much of a surprise that she did end up changing her mind, but I can understand why she might have been apprehensive about coming into court today, especially given the defense's response to her just wanting to give a victim impact statement, something that we see that's pretty routine in these sentencing hearings.
So Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Excellent reporting. You're going to come back later on. We will see when the sentence is handed down. And also, Elizabeth's going to be on with me for a special sidebar later when we break down everything that happened in court today. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so Sierra's going to come back on in a little bit. All my guests, Rich, Justin, Adante, stay with me. We're going to take a quick break on our end. The court is currently in break. When they come back, we'll come back, and we'll continue to provide live coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing day. Stay with us.
Y'all, I'm gonna have to end this. I got stuff I gotta do. It's taking forever for this thing. Let me see how y'all voted. I'm with the 70%. I don't think he's going to get that much time either. I'm trying to stay and watch it, but oh Lord, it's taking forever. It really is. I had my camera, y'all see that little stand over there? And moved it, and I broke it. That's another thing I do. I break the stands. I'm finna move this up because I have to get up. But thank y'all for riding this watch with me. I got company at least. I got y'all sitting on top of my computer so that it don't fall. Now I gotta get y'all back straight. So we wait together. I got a paper in the mail about what is this? How long did I have? Let me see. All I gotta do is, it opens. Oh, I don't even need a stamp. I can do this now while they on a thing. I'm trying to do a lawsuit paper. You know what? When people tell you certain things and they share our information, you need to follow up on that stuff. I've been trying to. And then here, while they on commercial, they had what is it? Alabama Power. Here, they're gonna We still waiting, y'all. When we come back, we need to have a decision. I'm gonna mute this while I eat my chips. We still waiting. I think they're about finished because he's fixing up the podium. So when we come back, we may have a verdict. Let's hope. Mm-hmm. It's the people back there in the background.
Hey guys, it's Celia. We're here at the courthouse. Hold on, he's gonna see if the Wait, do you hear anything? Hey, 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 hey. We're here, we're here, we're here at the courthouse. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. You're not hearing an actual voice? No. Hold on, he's changing it. Hang on, because my fox told me. Can you hear us now? Can you guys hear us in the LA office? Can you hear us? You can hear me, but they gotta hear me over in LA. Hello? Line level?
Some of them people out there so loud. I think they don't reach the verdict, y'all. Let me stop messing with these chips. Wait a minute.
Hello, 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 hello. We're coming to you live from New York City. Can you guys hear me? Coming to you live from New York City. Coming to you live from New York City. Coming to you live. No, nothing.
They out there chanting free Diddy.
Hold on. Hey, 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 hey. Coming to you live from New York. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello, 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 hello. But remember, I can't talk next to the camera because they gotta talk here on the mic. That's how we're getting it. You understand? Hello, 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 hello. So it might be. Hello, hello, hello. Coming to you live from New York City. Coming to you live from New York City. Hello, 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 hello. Now it's no audio. Hold on, he's trying to fix it. We're working on it. I'll be right back. A second.
So why that lady just standing at that door like it gonna open for her?
You mean like, oh,
Do y'all see this lady just standing at the door? I hope she on her phone. Yeah.
I'm
I'm
afraid.
about to say.
I'm like, can you see it? Does it look okay? Can you guys hear? Oh, I gotta call him.
Huh? Oh, come on, dude.
Hey, Mom. Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Hey, 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 Celia from New York City. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Hello, 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 hello. They got us. Hallelujah. Thank you.
I think we have a verdict. Let's hope and pray. Excuse me, y'all. Oh, it cut off. Hold on. I don't know why this air coming on and it's already cold. Make me want to turn my heat on. Okay, y'all, we going back on mute. I'm eating chips. They got to be to reach the decision. This is too long of a break. What y'all think? Them doors look like solid gold. All that look like real gold. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, mercy, mercy, Mia. Ba 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 bum 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 bum.
I can try. I have to go inside, but I can 1, 2, 3, 4. How's the audio? Is it good? Yeah.
Y'all, I think we got a verdict. I think we have a verdict. I guess she ain't had time for no revolving though. What happened? What's going on? Ba ba bum, dum dum dum. I don't know. They having a game. Excuse me, y'all. I got the hiccup now. Trying to figure out what. Oh boy, boy, boy. Oh Lord, this is taking too long. I think I'm gonna get off. What if he had knocked down all the microphones?
It's not.
Okay.
It's tight as it can be, but it's just falling.
He gonna go up there and knock something down. And they gonna get him, huh?
Yeah.
I wanted this school get out early here because I keep hearing something like school bus. Unless that's that man truck. Y'all riding it out with me, though. I don't know if y'all can hear, but there's a lady in the background. She been talking ever since this trial started. And I'm sitting here getting sleepy. Today is Friday, right? Let me see if Colorado play tonight. I guess I'll be going to the mail Monday. Let's see if Colorado play. Oh, I did get my house clean. Wow. COL, color. Game. Oh, they play. Oh, they play tomorrow. They got a night. Somebody said Colorado will not win. Why we wait on that? They showing that Colorado is not projected to win. They showing that they are not projected to win. Just get us back straight. They just don't like Dion. Sometimes it's hard for me to sleep. They're projecting them to lose. They can't lose no more games. They done already lost a bunch. I check my email. Excuse me. I'm getting sleepy. This is taking entirely too long. Let's see, can I check my email? I don't think it's showing. Well, this is my Microsoft. Check my email. Let's see what I got. I need to check up on my doing my thing for my for school, professor whatever. What the name is? Wages. Okay, let's see, y'all. Hope I don't mess it up. I'm trying to check my email. I got the stand sitting on top of the computer because I done broke the other one. I don't know if I'll be able to fix that or not. That's my. Hey, when I put in my email and it goes to the Microsoft Word. I ain't trying to go to no Microsoft Word. I'm trying to go to Microsoft Office. Microsoft Outlook. So much. Okay. I remember probably about, it was right after 9/11. We went to, I have other sisters that live in Connecticut, and we went to New York. When I say it's nothing, like where the Apollo, and I have pictures to prove this. I got pictures where we was in New York right after 9/11 for Christmas. Where the Apollo Theater is, it's in the hood. It's down, it's like deep in the gutter. I thought it would be in a nice little community, but it's not. I got those pictures out there in my storage when we went there. I don't know if I still got any of the dirt, because we had got some of the dirt and the diapers from when the 9/11 happened, and we put it in a jar. I think I probably was in my 30s then. I'm 56 now. So it probably was when I was in my 30s, and we went there for Christmas. And I'm wondering, is that dirt and stuff still out there in my storage in a little box? I don't know who she is, but I don't know if she for Diddy or against Diddy. But she been talking forever. I gotta do mine. And I did tell y'all about I got the invitation, and I also got the invite to be a teacher next year. I have a degree in childcare. I have a master's in business administration, business management, and I also, that's what I was just talking about, my professor. I just finished at Faulkner University. If you're from Alabama, you know about Faulkner University for family counseling. So my focus is children. So I applied to be a teacher, and I got accepted. I have my own classroom. That's if I take the position there in, you have to serve in rural communities like Selma, Birmingham. I think the other one might be Prattville, but I can go anywhere in the United States. But they try to keep you close to where you live. And by me being from Alabama, since we on commercial break, I thought I would share that. So they sent me an email. The future is sitting behind every desk. Teach. I got a webinar. Oh, I missed that one. That's the one where I wasn't feel good, so I need to redo that webinar. So my plans are to be a teacher next year. My light bill came. It's $73.35, which is not bad. That's my light bill amount, y'all. 73.30. What? 5. I try to preserve what is it? Save the earth, so all my bills come to my email. Severity partially. Then Humana done sent me something. Wait a minute, y'all. I need to go check my email. Not my email, my mailbox. I'm about to get off here. This is taking entirely too long. I'm about to end this live. Let me see, have we missed something while I'm sitting here waiting? Is this his mom here? I'm online, y'all. Is this his mother? Hold on. Is that his mom? She looks good then. She got bodyguards, whoever she is. Let me see who they saying that is. I'm sorry, y'all. I keep moving y'all around. I think that's his mother. Let's see. They ain't got who it is. They got a bunch of pictures up here. Them his kids, his children are dressed alike. I think that's his son and daughter there. I know that's his son. I don't know who she is. They ain't said who some of these people are. His mom kind of looked like Janet Jackson. Let me show y'all. We on commercial break. I can show y'all. Don't she kind of look like Janet Jackson? They got pictures. Let me see. You can't hardly tell. Let me flip it now. They not saying who the people are. Let me take it up. They ain't saying who they are. But these are the people that are in the court. She look like she won't be on camera. That's a commercial. Oh, them the people on the outside. That's one of his attorney. I do know that. Don't his mom look like Janet Jackson a little bit, y'all? Let me go back to the one that I saw. She kind of looks like right there. She kind of looks like Janet Jackson. And she look young. They got pictures of it. I don't know who is that, y'all? I don't know who she is. I know that's one of his sons. Right there. Look at that man looking right there. That could be a meme. That's a commercial. Them his other kids. See, don't his mom look like Janet Jackson? Let me see. And her name is Janice Combs. Mother. Oh, let me read. It's a arising at the court in New York City for the sentencing hearing for Sean Diddy Combs after the music mogul. Okay, so I can see who this other lady is. I know them are his children. And his son King Kong walks with Raven Tracy as they arrive. I don't know who Raven Tracy is. Let's see who they say this other lady is. Her. Sarah Chapman, a former partner of Sean Diddy Combs. I guess she supports him. Okay, y'all. I was just showing y'all that online. That was from U.S. Compliments of USA Today. I'm just showing, well, there ain't nothing personal up there. I'm just on Microsoft. MSN. They don't have a verdict yet, though. But I did get some inside information from a good source. Okay, another thing I wanted to look at was y'all know when I was in Vista, AmeriCorps Vista, it was a government program. And when you in Vista, it's called AmeriCorps Vista. But they done shut the whole program down, I believe. I don't think they have it anymore. I really don't. It's getting hard out here, you guys. I'm finna get off this live, I think, because this is taking too long. I like one of them kids in grocery store. Or when they are like Ava when we going on the trip. Or we gotta go down the long road. Do we have to go down the long road? She don't like taking long trips. But I'm getting tired of just sitting here looking at this. We wait. Something going on because they haven't even came back. Some is happening. Ugh. Okay, I got a minute. It'll be 1:30. I've been on here no way. I'm about to get off. 5 hours, no way. If they do a verdict, I'll just have to watch it online. But this is taking too long. Plus, I got other stuff I need to do today. Today is Friday. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for the likes. I always give thanks for my subscribers. I'm working on my monetization thing now. Getting help, of course, because I really don't know that much about. I know computers, but I don't know about the ins and out of social media. So I do have help, and I'm thankful for that help. Um, so we're working on that. But this is taking too long. 5 hours. There's no way I can do this. But anyway, I'm going to end this live. And I will think I'm going to have to watch as I get through doing like my cleaning. Fridays are my cleaning days. Because I get ready for the weekend, of course. And this is taking a tad bit too long. It's taking a little too long. And I have other stuff that I need to do. Let me see what she's saying. Because this is taking entirely too long. I appreciate that. But this is too much. And I bet you time I end this live, they're gonna come back with a verdict. How much y'all wanna bet? But thank you all for watching, but I got stuff I gotta do. Thank you all. Have a good weekend. Be safe. And a word of advice is not, well, it could be advice. We look at this trial and we can learn from this trial. You think you have gotten away with doing something. In this case, it's going to be bad, but I always like to remind people there's always light. Even in darkness, darkness is still a light. So don't ever think what you do in the dark will not come to the light. Have a good day. It's taking too long. Ooh, my God.